if I win the lottery, I want to get like one of those big, huge, obnoxious trucks with like the stacks and shit like that. Oh, there was actually a very interesting vehicle. Let me find the pictures of it. Actually, no, I lost the pictures of it. Damn it.
Get a Humazine.
It was a.
That's when you know you make it.
It was a vehicle with 4 wheels, but it was like a full-size van with a full-size truck bed.
Huh.
If I don't have a Humazine by the time I'm 30, I'm killing myself.
The only thing in my mind superior is a late year, like relatively current, F-150 zine. Which I swear I've seen like a picture of on like some social media. Someone turned a fucking full cab F-150 into a limousine.
The only thing I'll accept, and like my dream car when I was in high school, was a fucking El Camino.
Oh, we love El Caminos. Yep, I found it. The F-150Z.
I'm just saying, they just drive like shit, and they never get better. Oh, that's fucking awful. If I saw that on the road, I would pit maneuver you. I'd wait until you got to a good speed, like 75 or like 80.
What's the... I guess so you have party in the back, too. You can open it up and you have like a little, like,
I genuinely just believe that this is, like, fucking country clout. Like, this is glam country music fucking to the tens. Like, yes, I bought a fucking F-150 limousine for my trip to fucking wherever using my parents' trust fund. But I'm a country boy. Like, that is all I can think of when I see shit like that. There is no reason this should exist. They've also got a Raptor version. Oh my fucking god.
Hold on. Alright, this is what you hear when you pass that.
Unironic. But such as it is, I don't mind trucks. We've got a fair bit of both. Truck drivers who are considerate, truck drivers who are assholes. I don't hate until I see them drive or park. You. This really is the song that plays.
Solo cup. I picked you up. Let's have. Oh, fuck.
You fucked it up, dude.
Fuck you!
You started
You're
on the
a fucking
wrong
retard.
verse.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
I fucking...
Fuck you!
Fuck you.
Fuck you, pal. Fuck you.
Fuck you, bud. But. I'll come back if I... Oh, good. That'll be fine.
Up. You up. Let's have a party.
While Tom is away, I will just mention to Tony that no con tonight. It is just us once again.
Gotcha.
Did you hear the fucking Half-Life 2 like
You
fast
heard
Yeah.
you heard the Wilhelm scream, I think that is.
No, that was not the Wilhelm scream.
No.
No, that definitely sounded like the fast zombie, yeah.
I saw someone's mic light up when it played, but I will not reveal who.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Every time I hear that one, the hair on the back of my neck stands up. And it's not as bad as I'm worried about, but it... And I'm gonna blame you for that one, since you messed up the song.
Got him!
Yeah, you did, John. That you did. Alright.
Hello.
Tom being back, we can jump back in. If anybody wants a recap, I could give one, or somebody else could volunteer to do so. There's not any fun mechanics for it, because I don't think Bladerunner really has a good system for it.
Give me an Eddie. Give me a Benny.
Give me a Benny. Got the Benny.
But
The Benny.
if anybody wants a recap, I can give it, but the simple leave-off point is we are at shift number 2 of day number 2, but your first day. So,
First day conscious.
boy, ain't that the truth. And everybody has consigned themselves to meet back at the police department with not one, but 2 bodies. One of which is totally fine, TM.
The other one has herpes. Don't touch it.
I will make sure to inform everybody that that man has herpes.
Thank you.
Do not touch him.
I was gonna touch
Do not
him.
touch that man's genitals.
I was gonna touch his genitals until you said that he had herpes. Now I
That's
won't.
exactly why. I know my crowd.
Also, there's no telling, like, that guy had a lot of fentanyl in his system. Like, he might
True.
come into contact with, like, his sweat or his saliva and get high. You don't want to do that.
Well, I guess we do have a few things to go off of. Sort of.
That you do.
Well, let's question the guy who admitted to it first.
Indeed.
And let's see if we can get anything else out of him.
Indeed.
So is he like in an interrogation room or?
He's
ask
dead,
your-
isn't
ask,
he?
ask your friends who brought him
Yeah.
in. He's
Yeah.
totally fine, TM.
Yeah, about that.
What do you mean about that?
We found grenades.
Yeah, I guess.
Look,
Well-
we look at the good parts.
But okay, he didn't die of grenade-related injuries, but I guess it's a good thing that we have
You can go to the.
grenades off the street.
Did he have any drugs on him?
Let me
I
pull
mean,
up
we
my
can ask
list.
him. It
I'll give it to you for free. You have not done anything to determine whether or not he had used before you guys had come over, but he had not used or you had not discovered drugs on his person. He was also alive when you found him, if you want to give them that detail, or not.
He was alive when we found him, and somehow he is now dead. It's a mystery.
Unrelated to the grenades, though.
you phrase that as if he's no longer alive.
He wasn't really moving when we saw him in the back of the car there.
Well,
And I had some people grab
has
him.
he moved out of the car since?
I'm pretty sure he's in the morgue now.
What the fuck happened?
He got in the back of the car, and then he slumped over.
Well, has anybody ran toxicology on him?
That is why he's in the morgue.
Yeah, we definitely have the means to do that in the back of our car, where there are grenades. By the way, unrelated though.
You keep bringing up the Okay, what are we doing with the grenades?
Well, it's unrelated, so.
Well, yeah, I mean they're not evidence, so. Anyway,
We're gonna sell them to a pawn shop.
I mean, we don't even know if they've been reported yet.
well, let's do let's get down there and do an autopsy, or at least observe the autopsy.
Indeed.
How did he die? How did he die? Oh, well, you just left him in the back of the car? You just...
Why isn't that what the toxicology is supposed to tell you?
Well, I mean,
It's not
yeah,
that
it'll
hard.
tell me how
Look,
he
you
died,
act
but
like
why
you've never had a suspect slump over in the back of your fucking car before.
Yeah, the
No,
only one,
I
the
Don't
only
give
one-
me that
slumped
shit.
over on
The
the
only-
concrete.
the only person who hasn't had that happen is our good friend Nicholas Rickson.
You have never had a suspect slump over in your car before.
And it never has. It happened to what's your character's name, Boom?
Oh yeah, it's my car.
Yeah.
I did say I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yes, our good Sergeant Doland Binga. To the contrary, has had a number of people die under his watch, but all
Unrelated to grenades.
Yes, unrelated to grenades and legally. What he reveals is up to him.
Listen, dude. Let's just, do the toxicology. And,
So let me get this straight. You found him. You apprehended him. Put him in your car.
We
He just falls over dead.
got some information. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Went to go investigate something. I came back and he was slumped over in the back. He was secure. And I'm guessing he bit down on something. Like, his hands were secure.
probably that bad egg.
There were some eggs on the
bad
ground. The man was a clumsy man with his dinner. and his breakfast.
Maybe he choked on a grenade. Unrelated.
No, unrelated. Completely unrelated.
Yeah. Okay, so what, you just walked off? You just left him in the car? Did you roll down the windows and like?
All right, are you just gonna?
Maybe-
We're gonna do this toxicology.
Roll down the
Yeah,
window.
fine,
Is he
okay.
a goddamn dog?
Well,
Well, he died in the back of a car like a damn dog.
Well, why don't we look at the
apparently.
toxicology report, buddy?
We had the AC on. It was okay.
was he listening to his
It was
neighbor
10
radio?
minutes.
Did you put a piece of paper on the window that says "Don't break me out"? The
Yeah.
AC is on.
We said, hey, we'll be gone for 10 minutes.
Listen, you should have put it on Sad FM, and he would have been fine. But
We fished up his fishing trap that he had, got a little fishies. Found his illegal mining
Fuck, did you
operation.
find this guy? Okay, let's do the autopsy, and let's figure out to what degree this. I don't know how. Let's leave this part out of the report.
You want the grenades
Listen.
now or later?
Uh,
Unrelated.
Unrelated.
Unless the
I was gonna
autopsy
lean over to
finds that he
Dolan.
has
Just
a grenade
remember,
in
we
his stomach.
didn't find that many grenades there, bud.
Oh, right.
Indeed. Though, as you slip back in to the repurposed, but now very distinct and prestigious, air quotes, precinct for Revachol. Your specific precinct number 41. Bringing in a dead body and having had some time to deliberate, you could choose to hand off the autopsy to a detective that was not currently debrief, or you could do the autopsy yourself with the same autopsy form that we have before used. I will say you are
pretty sure my... God.
I was just going to say, you are not the only people who the RCM has that can do autopsies and determine cause of death, so you could have that information provided to you since you're spending the shift here, or you could do it yourselves. There is no right or wrong answer. It is purely preference based on what you think is going to be best.
I don't think it would be best for me to do it, just because I don't think my skills are the highest.
Very much the same.
I can do it.
Then yeah, like, I'll just observe and Tom can do it.
Let's keep every aspect of this investigation in house until we got a full workup for the captain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a shame if we found out the grenades were related to his death.
They're unrelated. We've already openly declared that.
I haven't heard.
We don't know that yet.
I do know
Autopsy
that.
might reveal he overdosed on grenades.
No, I know for a fact he
That
did
would be
not do
strange.
that.
That would be indeed.
That would be strange.
You know, it's also strange the way that this man kept his cooked eggs. His cooked
That is
eggs.
true.
Did you
Just
collect
go in.
any of these cooked eggs?
I think we actually did, and we fed it to him.
You gave.
No, we didn't give him the cooked eggs.
What did we give him? What food? He has
You
some
food on
food,
the
right?
pantry.
things and you don't remember what?
It was bread.
The things on his pantry, the bread,
Wait.
egg, there were
Wait,
eggs
did
on
you
there,
get a
but-
sample? Did you bag any of the food
Yes.
after?
Yeah.
Okay,
There were-
good.
Pretty sure
We
we.
can run
Yeah,
that
I'm
too.
pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, there was all of
We'll,
it.
we'll check that.
All of the evidence is there. Yes.
Unrelated.
Except, yeah, like, we really, like, I don't know why Dolan keeps saying we found a lot of grenades. We found, like, one, but, you know, it's fine.
We found one grenades.
We found technically a half a grenade, and
What do you mean? What part is missing?
listen, it doesn't matter. It's not part of the investigation.
What half of the grenade is missing? Why is it missing?
Listen, it's not my fault that a third of the grenade is missing. All right?
A third?
Why are we
Did
even
you even-
mentioning grenades?
do you
We
even
didn't find
have-
any grenades.
Do you even have the grenade anymore?
I open up my jacket.
Yeah.
I do not have a grenade.
Is
Yeah,
that
I
how
don't
you
know what
went
happens with a
fishing?
full grenade.
Did you fish with a grenade?
No, we fished with the bucket. The bucket was already there.
A
You know,
bucket
Dolan,
and a
I think you're
grenade.
mistaken. We found the box with the, like, label on it that, you know, for the grenade. You know, the explosives were in there, clearly. We didn't find any explosives.
Yeah, it was a mislabel. We found more
Yeah.
eggs.
Yeah, exactly.
Uncooked eggs.
Uncooked eggs. Yeah, exactly.
Indeed. I will remind, just for the sake of in-characterness, it's blasting explosive, but the items were
Yeah.
grenade. Just so you're clear if you hear multiple words used. But we do have the autopsy form. I can throw out all of the same information that would have been thrown before: coroner case, all the things that you would know, date of death, things you would know. I will ask instead, whom is going to be the assistant, if anybody, and who would like to say they identified the body?
Well, well, I think that Jaques here is definitely taking the lead. Jaques, you want my help or?
Yeah, I think I'd rather have your help.
Wow, where'd you guys find this body?
What do you mean? Where did you find this body?
In the back of a vehicle.
In the back of your vehicle.
Well,
Wow, that's crazy how to get there.
I think Binga. I mean, it makes the most sense. You clearly the lieutenant didn't kill him. Well, none of you killed him.
Why'd you say it like that? Why'd you say it like it was hard to believe that?
What do you mean?
You don't think I can kill someone?
I just think that you didn't kill this particular one.
I could kill a man. In fact, I could kill that man.
What do you mean that man? The man we're doing an autopsy on?
Yeah, I could have killed
Did you
him.
kill this man?
I could have.
Did you?
Did you?
Listen,
He did not kill this man.
I don't know what man
He's
you're
a little
talking about.
retarded.
Do we want to say one of the detectives' names identified the body? All of the detectives' names identified the body? Or a specific...
We're all Spartacus.
Or a Capri 40 compact motor carriage identified the body?
Technically, right. The informant identified the man who eventually became the body. Correct?
Who,
Yeah.
Yeah, who's our dispatch?
You have a couple officers who occasionally cycle through dispatch. It's not a huge precinct. Then again, none in Revachol are. Running on what is basically hastily trained and up-jumped volunteers. I would say you could probably get one of two dispatch to write the names in. I don't have one immediately to hand, but we could put one in.
So, yeah, we're just gonna say that some civilian identified the body.
You do have the contact information of one Jamrock who referred you to the garage, abandoned though it was, being squatted in by the deceased. You could put him down.
Handshakes, everybody. Yes.
I handshake myself.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, Jamrock, he's really good at keeping an eye out on that, on that apartment block. He told us about that dead body, and we walked in and we found it.
Yeah, there's a smell.
Okay. Well, hold on. Let's establish some timeline here because
Why are we
a statement.
Giant wire.
Let's figure out what
Don't
killed
think
him
about it. Don't
first.
think about it.
Let's figure out what killed him first, and then we can jump back to who identified the body. How about
Okay.
that?
All right. Yes, we could stencil that
So
one in just a minute.
It could have been the eggs or the bread or whatever else he got fed. Might have been the same thing that killed the other guy. It could have been laced.
Could have been. That's interesting. Let's see.
Could have been indeed. For our now twice over coroner, you can give me the... I forget what the equivalent of perception is, but... the
Observation?
Observation. You give me one observation roll and one medical roll. And the medical roll can benefit from your talent for...
Would scientist count for this?
Yes, in this case it would.
Give you one of each.
Yep, one of each. They're for separate things.
Buddy.
Well, the double success on the medical aid. Excellent.
I haven't rolled it yet.
Oh, silly me. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, 13 days ago.
Oop.
I love this. That!
Oh my god.
God damn.
You wanna... Maybe I could try my hand at the observation.
I'll push it.
Ooh.
Hey.
There you go. You do gain one
Holy
stress,
shit.
but 2 successes and 4 successes. Unfortunately, you've been through this one once before, or probably multiple times before as bodies crop up in the city, but we can go through each of the different pieces of the investigation. Evidence of treatment. I'm going to say no unless you count the presence of handcuffs that have probably been on this body for about 2 hours. A pair of handcuffs that look quite like the model that you have. But external examination, there are small dings, cuts, bruises on the body of the deceased. Nothing truly fresh. Nothing that would have indicated an open wound of some kind. Preservation, lividity, very good, again, within the past 2 hours. And then we have the brief description of injuries. Genitalia, nothing of note. Scarring, pretty much same as before. Hands, nothing immediate, though they are heavily worn. He has a lot of callousing. He has definitely been hard knocks living for easily more than a year. And as per his estimated age, you are thinking he's at oldest about 30. He might be a little younger. So you have not a very old person, not somebody that was of a like to just keel over. And moving on, we get to the internal examination. Respiratory system, quite good. His hepatobiliary, there is some signs of what I would call just being an alcoholic, but it is not to the extent of cirrhosis. It is just, you see that his liver is not the healthiest, but given time and resources, this is entirely could be recovered from. His serology is very poor. It seems his immune system is not very strong. Again, living on the streets, potential malnourishment might be a cause for concern. Cardiovascular system, actually pretty good. He was in good health before keeling over. Gastrointestinal, you have a fresh meal in his stomach from which you could directly examine the foodstuffs that he had consumed prior to keeling over. It is a bit of a heavy task. If you would like, either of you could give me a stamina roll just to see if you can get in there and handle it without any disruption.
What do you think, Tom?
What's your stamina?
My stamina is D, but my strength is B.
My strength is C and my stamina is C.
Well, I got the higher peaks, I think.
Okay.
Let's roll them.
There you go. Yeah, you are able to conduct the test directly on the stuff in the poor man's stomach, which returns basically exactly what the other detectives handed him, which was bread, cheese, a boiled egg, and I believe a few pieces of carrot and celery, maybe one potato. So, standard food, and analysis of this determines no immediate presence of toxins. Other descriptions of injuries that weren't coincided in the other, I will say in this one, it is possible to determine that maybe He had asphyxiated, given his posture in the car not being ideal. But hey, totally fine. He'll make it. But we go back to the toxicology. And here we see something a little different from what we experienced before, but also something not entirely unfamiliar. A large dose of fentanyl.
Ooh. Fentanyl, but no opium, right?
Yep, no signs of opioid presence.
And there was no fentanyl in the food.
Nope. Not even a little bit.
See, well, that's what I'm talking about. The amount of fentanyl that's in the system would kill somebody very quickly. Just like with our other victim, there's no way that this guy didn't take that fentanyl on the spot.
Yes. Entirely accurate.
I open his mouth.
You
I want to...
his mouth, and with your prior success, I'll give you an automatic stunt here. It smells bad. This man is not one for dental hygiene. He's been living on the streets, but you can quickly examine and see that there was no sign of a recess or any bruising or any signs of redness or irritation where a capsule or a patch or something to bite on would have been. And no sign of something having, for a lack of better terms, bled into the tissue of where he might have been keeping or chewing on live fentanyl.
Well, the food is clean. He didn't have a capsule. He was lucid? Question mark, right? In the moments prior to his discovery as a corpse.
Mm-hmm.
He was answering questions. He was conscious.
Yes.
He was.
Yeah, to put it in the perspective there for you. We like, what do you call it? Like, we were investigating things. Dolan was standing there with him for a lengthy period of time before he came over towards me to check something out. We were probably away from the vehicle for maximum 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, it wasn't long.
It was not long that this man had an opportunity to do anything. And I will also say that he ate the food while Dolan was there. So, like, he would have, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would also make sure that no one else hears this. As, you know, somebody else definitely found this corpse, and he was not in a vehicle.
Right.
Yeah.
Initially, yes.
Autopsy room is closed.
Yeah.
Autopsy.
I figured. I'm just making it perfectly abundantly clear.
Exactly. Yes. And I will also add in that not only was he able to direct you to things, but he was able to answer questions.
Yes.
On this amount of fentanyl, this dude would be out of his mind.
He would be fucking
keeled over.
If he was on that amount of fentanyl, he would be dead instantaneously. He would be dead in seconds.
Yeah. All right. Calloused hands, no signs of injection sites, right?
No signs of injection sites.
I'll check his feet. In between the toes?
No, nothing.
Did he have fentanyl in his ass? Did he have a balloon in his ass?
Did you check in between the fingers or under the fingernails?
I will say all of those have been checked. I will say
okay.
The only extra bit of information is that the presence of the fentanyl appears to be, again, in line with what you've maybe determined. It was not deep in his digestive tract. It was very much in the beginning of his digestive system, as if this was hastily just woofed or implanted or otherwise just placed into his body.
Okay.
I got a question there. Well,
Can we swab his nostrils?
You can.
I got a question there, Dom. While they're also doing that, when you get a chance, could I walk out to the vehicle and just observe the car really quick and see if there's any signs of tampering?
Yes.
Like on that door?
Yeah. First, I'll give you... You can give me either a drive or a driver observation on that one, Tony. Because that one will be the easier one.
Okay. I'll also tell Dolan what I'm thinking since he's just chilling around if he wants to come down with me.
Sure.
Let me go back to my desk really quick.
While they're gone, I
Swab the nostrils.
You said
yeah,
what?
and I turned to Ferdinand while we're doing that. We have some sort of assassin that runs around killing people with fentanyl.
Yes.
Observation or drive is for you, Tony.
Okay.
Either or. And
I'm a goober. I'm just trying to find where my stats are again.
it's all good. If you want to, I can roll it for you. I'm already...
No, I'm retarded. I forgot that you had to double click the fucking icon in order to bring it up.
Yeah, and for the rating of the car, it's a C for the car you're looking at.
Okay.
If
It's an
you roll
observation or a drive, right?
Yeah, either or. If you ask,
Okay.
if you roll drive, the car is a C.
Okay, I see what you mean. My observation's higher though, so we'll
Yeah.
see.
Success. There's nothing to suggest that the car was tampered with in the very brief time that you were there. If anything, it would seem that the greatest sign of tampering was perhaps the sudden onset of his symptoms after he'd been placed in the car.
Okay. All right.
Two-way.
So definitely no one broke in to do this. He did this to himself.
And swabbing the nostrils. Give me the medicine again. Same science applies, but do it with disadvantage.
So a normal roll.
Pretty much.
Nice.
There is something here. It is, however, days old, and it appears to be a very faint chemical trace up in his sinuses. Something colors the swabs that you use as a foreign body, but it's old and it's hard, if not impossible, to determine exactly what it was. You just know there was a presence of a foreign chemical in his nasal tract, sinuses. Something was up there a period of more than 24 hours ago.
Okay. All right. So he didn't ingest it either orally or through his sinuses. It wasn't injected as far as we can tell. It wasn't diffused naturally through porous membranes. The only other thing that I could think of is long delay pill. As in, it would be something that you would ingest that would release over time. But there's no, as far as I know, it would have to be specifically made to release that amount of fentanyl at once. Long release pills are supposed to be released over time as they slowly break down. So somebody would have to be manufacturing it like this.
If somebody wants to, they can give me either a connections roll or an insight roll, and any number of people can try this. Just one or the other. There's a fucking roll. There's another fucking roll. On the empathy side, on the... Oh, we got connection and empathy. Cool. Or connections and insight. So, going back, walking this back, we are hearing, somebody would have had to have manufactured this for you, Ferdinand, and instead, that part of your brain is saying somebody not would have had to, but somebody would have had to have an interest in doing it. Not so much your connections, but this part of your psyche that understands being part of a group, and maybe that group being part of even a larger group, as large as Revachol can be, that there would have to be, for somebody to do this, to have, as you say, manufactured this, there has to be some kind of need, or going the opposite angle. So just pull up Jaques real quick. Yes. For Jaques, it's almost the opposite. You see this and you, the vague thought of it perhaps fills your more rational sense of understanding how these crimes work. This would be a high science play in order to facilitate a very specific death, and to do so at the stage that it currently is would be absolutely ridiculous. But I'm going to let you re-roll your medical aid without the disadvantage after this conversation, because I want to see if we can get 2 or more successes on it.
So just roll it again, advantage?
Roll it again, advantage, the way you rolled the very first one. With the science. That's what we want to see.
Big.
Because now this is hearing perhaps the side of your brain that says that is completely ridiculous, and making such a thing would be absolutely preposterous. But you compose yourself, in this very firm side of you straightens up and says, unless there was some kind of trigger for this. Because now you have not 1, but 2 cases where someone has died suddenly of fentanyl exposure and overdose, of sudden respiratory distress. You have the same cause in 2 locations with almost no warning time. This is not a normal occurrence. And while the idea that pills are being manufactured to do this is, for lack of a better part, a little imaginative, we'll say, the idea that this is happening suggests that there is a piece of the puzzle you are missing. But you have more than one.
So we're missing the trigger.
Indeed. The only things you have are his body, his clothes, and the half-digested food that you fished out of his gut unceremoniously.
We have the other body, right?
Yep.
We have Kraziga. Let's swab his nostrils.
Alrighty. Once more, same as before, can do the medical roll, but you will need at least 2 successes to get anything.
He's fucking huge.
Just cannot miss. But on this one, it's faint, and again, it's degraded. But same sign that something was in his sinus tract, admittedly even earlier than the more recently deceased Grues. So you still cannot determine a chemical makeup, but you can determine a similar distress or a similar abnormality, in addition to the rampant amount of cocaine and probably opioids that were ingested nasally, which is probably why you didn't see it the first time.
Okay, but we've established commonality, at least.
Yes.
So, whatever we have here in its degraded form, we should be able to match up to anything that we find later down the line as the trigger. Yes. Assuming that this is the trigger and not the bolus, let's say, that releases the fentanyl.
We could say that. So, the last ones. There's a section at the bottom of the page. There's 4 spaces where types of injuries can be identified as either fatal or non-fatal. How do you want to fill those boxes?
Definitely toxicology fatal. This guy doesn't have any other injuries, though, right? He just asphyxiated because fentanyl overdose.
That would be a straightforward reading. You could choose to hype up the form with other things you noticed. Calluses on the hands, non-fatal, but that is your discretion for how much detail you think needs to be on the form. Less is more is less, however you feel personally. It is your form.
Listen, it's our form, and I think we should take the chance. Let's include this chemical that we found in the nostrils.
Should we put it on Kraziga's form too? Yes, we should.
That way we can link the two and show them as being victims of the same cause.
Do you think maybe it was some sort of new street drug that they could have ingested through their nostril? No?
No, this is targeted, I think. Unless we start getting a lot more corpses dying
of fentanyl overdose and then something up their nose.
Yes. I think that this is it's too convenient to not be related to each other.
I mean, of course,
a homeless man claims that he kills the head of an aeronautics company that recently completed a merger, and then dies almost 6-8 hours later.
More like 32. Remember the day you had in stasis. But, yes.
Yeah.
But within 48 hours.
So they want the fentanyl to just close the case there, right? They just want us to say, hey, this guy killed this other guy with fentanyl, then died himself because he's a junkie. But we're not going to let the corpos get away with it.
We still have all of his letters, though, right?
Yes, you do.
Oh, God. We'll have to dig through those if you want. It'll take a long time.
There might be a clue in there, though. Maybe something? I don't know. It's
Could
worth
be.
looking through.
Yeah, probably. And what do we have to go on if not those? There's always the food arena that you went to.
The concessionarium is one. There's the heights of corporate prostitution that he went to. There are
which
the
I
letters.
will visit.
Yes, which you
can take the letters. I will speak to the streets and the people who work them.
Okay. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you, or one of the other guys to come with you? Make sure.
Oh yeah, I mean anybody who wants to visit.
I love killing hookers.
What?
Sorry, I mean, I could kill a hooker if I wanted to apply myself.
I feel like you're not deflecting here. I think you. That's not a deflection. You're just digging deeper.
No, I could if I wanted to. Not saying I have or I haven't. I just said I could.
Or you haven't. You're not saying that you haven't killed a hooker. Also, let's walk back the language, fellas. They're escorts. This is the height of corporate prostitution. But
if Sergeant Binga over here kills one of them, they just become a hooker. After you kill them.
I could do that. I could do that. That is in my wheelhouse.
What do you mean convert? Covering up murders?
I convert women into hookers.
Now that's a superpower.
That was funny.
Well, yes, getting through the letters is important. The concessionarium is also important, and the height of corporate prostitution. It's just, we don't have a timeline of which one he visited first in the night, or recency, which one he visited before his death.
Well, if you end up heading there, you should ask if our second victim ever visited those places too.
Yes, absolutely. And I think in that case, it's more likely that our second victim would have visited the concessionarium. I don't think he'd be let into the height of corporate prostitution.
Well, that Beano card that we talked to didn't have a high opinion of him. Maybe the height of corporate whatever is just a name.
Listen, all right? He's a Beano card, all right? He doesn't know what a good escort looks like because he's never seen one with his stupid glasses.
Or he might not have seen one at all.
Well, maybe one of our dispatches knows. Maybe we're the operator. Let's get some reviews.
Will you solicit reviews from your fellow?
I'll ask around the office.
You may freely use the connections that you have, or you may instead go around and use insight. Each will tell you something slightly different. Ah, yeah, that's what we'd like to see. You feel...
Oh, fuck it. 69, bros. It's bound to happen.
As you go around, you feel no great stores of information, and you feel your camaraderie with your fellow man tested as you broach this sensitive topic, but you come away with a deeper understanding of each other and exactly what causes sensitivity meetings.
I go up to specifically the female members of the RCM. What do you think about the height of corporate prostitution? They any good?
Have you ever
Do you know anybody who works there?
So, Judith, have you ever heard of the height of corporate prostitution?
What's the skinny? What's the talk around the office? Have they got any other cases that link there? Have they had run-ins with anybody who's worked there before?
Yeah, on the more serious side, once you broach the obvious discomfort and eventual safety meetings, what you will get is that no, it does not seem that they have a large police presence. Everything is on the books, and it is established in the same way as many, what I will say as ghost offices for corporations are, meaning that several people rent the same space. They are all high-profile clients that manage large business. One of them even being related to the merger that Kraziga was overseeing and handled. So everything is on the books, and they do not have a real public facing business. It's all internal ish. Then again, whoever works for a corporation,
reference only, or
pretty much reference only is what I was going to imply, because whether or not you are eligible to receive a corporation's benefits is effectively whether or not you are employed or a guest, which, air quotes, a guest could be pretty much anyone they determine ad hoc. But yes, relatively low crime and everything is
or
on
to
the
add
books.
cost.
That too.
All right, so likelihood that our second victim ever went to the height of corporate prostitution is very low.
Yes, slim to none, you might say.
There is the linkage with merger.
Yes.
Which means other clientele who might not be so happy with the merger.
This is possible. Or clients that really want the merger to go through. Either or everything in between.
All right. Well, fellas, I think we should split up. Once again, hit the concessionarium and the height of corporate prostitution. And we should get into those letters. It's just... maybe we can get them on a ride over.
I'll say you potentially have the chance, but in order to determine anything other than the bills and where they're from, you would need something that would confer you advantage to have a chance at succeeding.
Then that would have to be here. All right. I have pretty good connections, so I think I might be able to suss out anything in these letters with pretty good insight too. So, however the three of you want to split it up after and head to these two different spots, that's up to you.
I can go either way.
Indeed, you have 2 shifts left in the day, and one of them you will want to spend resting unless you want to gain the stress. So you can have that sooner or later. It is your discretion.
I'm definitely gonna have to rest soon because of the low health, but
Yeah. All right, boys.
I just got back just a few minutes ago. I had to do something really quick. I heard, so like the one guy was not engaged in any form of prostitution. That's what we pretty much, like the escorts. Okay.
Yeah.
Not just like shittier guy, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the homeless man.
Okay.
Our friend Gruel.
Yeah, and both were subjected to some kind of nasal compound that
that I did hear.
Yeah.
That's good. Could I guess I could go to the hookers and see if I could use connections.
Escorts.
The escorts to see if maybe any of them diddled the executive beforehand.
Yeah.
That's something that I could probably do. And then I'll rest after that.
Indeed. That's a fair 2-2 split. 2 go to the arena concessionarium, and then another 2 go to the heights of corporate prostitution. Any other thoughts on the arrangement? Who should take which car, and or any other stops in the major areas? The heights of corporate prostitution is on Regnum Cocaine Boulevard, and the arena concessionarium is fittingly off of the intersection at 50th and Arena, which also contains the area that you were injured in yesterday. So, additional points along the trail.
Gotcha. Who's rolling with me?
John.
Did we want to stop anywhere else?
It's on Regnum Cocainium. Let's see.
The other location you know of there is the diplomatic estate he was staying at, so you could revisit the crime scene for poor Kraziga.
I'd be down to look at it one more time.
Yeah, we'll have to go
I don't
in
think
and...
we saw everything there anyway. We got most of it, but sorry, go ahead.
Didn't we, Dom? I thought we...
I'd say
did we get
you got the main. You've pretty much got everything. There might be a few small details, but it would be whether or not you feel that there are specific details worth reconfirming or revisiting. But you got all the main points.
Yeah. Okay.
The only other thing I could think of would be going into the kitchen and checking out the food.
We got a sample of the food, didn't we?
We did.
Oh, yeah.
From Gruel, we confirmed that the food wasn't toxic, but I don't know, maybe there's this chemical substrate that was in his nose, might be somewhere else.
Yeah, we can check.
But let's hit the height first and then see what's what.
Indeed.
Sounds good.
We'll go there first with you guys, and then we'll double back to Jaques and the fair Sergeant Binga. I love that. But I will, in reverse order, I will clarify. Checking the food at the diplomatic estate, you do not find anything relating to the chemical, but you can determine that after you go first to the heights of corporate prostitution, which I will first pull up for us.
What's better than this? Two connected guys about to get in on some corporate action.
This is true.
Not like that.
Which car are you taking? More a question for Nicholas Rickson and the other two than you, because I know you can hot swap at least once.
Yeah.
Does it matter what card we're using?
One has slightly higher... one handles slightly better and also has a slightly higher capacity. So if you think you need to pull out the drive moves or you need to hold more people, that's the car to take. If you don't worry about it, you could take either.
I don't have a high enough drive to do any fancy moves anyway, to be honest. So,
Me either, personally.
Gotcha.
I will cede the nicer car to Jaques, and I will give the car that previously Donald and Rickson used. Rickson will continue to use.
Sounds good.
Indeed. Heading down Regnum Cocainum Boulevard, it is much of the same. You go to a slightly different address. About a half a mile away. So decent walk, but not very far. Down one of these major boulevards. What you see when you get to the address is there is a pretty strong corporate presence. The waiting room is full, and not just of people who are working, but people who seem to be standing idly by, either waiting for appointments or for some other reason. You could attempt to communicate with these people or flash your badges to just get past the immediate hubbub. Whichever way you feel like taking it.
We're smooth operators.
Yeah.
Let's handle this. Let's handle this smoothly. Now, as a city speaker, I don't appear like a corporate man at all. I'm quite dirty, but that's all right. Like this is a one of those. God, how did you describe it, Dom? It's like a ghost office, right? There are multiple businesses that
Yes.
operate out of this spot.
Yes, so getting into the initial lobby is not the hard part. There is a main desk with effectively like a dispatch, almost like a turnstile to let people in through further. So you can get into this initial lobby where more than a few people are currently standing, but getting somewhere specific after this is probably going to require a badge pull or a very convincing reason why you should be here.
We're convincing people. I will say, let's meander around the lobby here. All right, let's see what people are waiting for their different appointments. You know, just kind of casual conversation, just kind of a little bit. Let's engage in some manipulation.
Exactly. Was one of the two I was going to suggest, either a manipulation or an observation. Either of the two.
Am I also allowed to roll?
Yes, you may roll either.
Sorry. Said observation or what? Sorry.
Manipulation.
Manipulation.
Fuck.
That's okay. It was a good attempt. For Fernand, it is not your ability to outright go up to these people and schmooze them to your will, which, given how different you must appear, perhaps that is a hard task, but rather hearing their conversations and repeating them in your head, you get the distinct flavor of the room, and that is a strong corporate moralism runs through these different individuals, and rather, they do not appear to be here as thrill seekers and men who have a leading role to direct the stage, to ascribe any grand act to the audience. Rather, they are the opposition, the men standing behind the curtain to emerge after. I guess the best would be to say after. God, I'm blanking on the play. Granddaughter of the fucking Greek dude.
I'm sorry, I'm not learned.
Yeah, you're fine. Let me. I have to look it up because it's gonna slap me in the face.
I'm an uncultured fuck.
I know it starts with an A.
Antigone, yeah.
Yes.
As,
Antigone.
As the men who would apprehend Antigone for the crime of simply being the protagonist of her own story, these men seem to lay in wait for much the same thing, but for the story of corporate moralism rather than a Greek incest plot.
So these are the types of people who they're counter to the whole corporate scheme, or are they enforcers of the corporate scheme?
Enforcers of the corporate scheme.
We're dealing with security.
Yes, in a very light touch kind of presence.
Yeah. Now that I know what the conversations are and how they're arranged, it seems a little more obvious. All right. So, there's two ways that we can do this, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
We go up there, we flash the badge. We say we're here to have some questions answered by the nice escorts located somewhere. Or, all right, well, why that might be a bad idea is because they'll have plenty of time while they distract us to start getting their stories straight.
Yeah.
Or start dumping any evidence that might link anybody here. And with the corporate enforcers around here, these mall cop security types, you know, you gotta make sure that we wait.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, between you and I, we probably know at least a few guys who might be able to give us a good cover. Might be able to bluff some sort of connection inside.
I think we might go for the bluff. I mean, worst case scenario, the bluff doesn't work. We just pull the badges.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think there's any harm in trying the bluff first.
Indeed. If you want to attempt the bluff, I will take either the what you would expect connections, or what you might not expect, a drive with disadvantage. Either or.
Ooh.
My connections is definitely the better play for me.
Yeah.
Is it both of us or just one?
Both of you. You're both here, you're both trying, so you both get the roll in this one.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll try the connections with disadvantage.
Oh no, the connections is fine. Oh.
There he goes.
Wait, is it connections with disadvantage?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
You still
I rolled them with advantage, but I still failed.
Yeah. Which is where Nicholas Rickson comes in, as perhaps Fernand just is not of this world, as his insight might tell him that this is a different world, a moral world, one that does not respect the whims and the wonder of the streets, asphalt and dying trees and all. Versus Nicholas Rickson has been in these sorts of places a number of times, all on official business, never on a recorded line, and most likely has all of his needs met in order to justify that there is, yes, I'm supposed to be here, I'm a guest of him, and he permits guests, and if you ring him up, he'll definitely tell you to let me in, if you give him this name, which may or may not be Nicholas Rickson. Though they most certainly probably know the name Nicholas Rickson, that they would agree to knowing that name publicly is another matter entirely. There is one small complication, is that the invitation will get you through the door, as the gentleman behind the desk is keen to do so, but there is the matter of payment. It will take a chimien from each of you.
Fuck.
Do you have a chimney?
I do. And I hate to part with it. But, you know, when you're in the city, you gotta grease a few palms.
Yeah, I agree. Fuck it.
When the apocalypse comes, all balances will be made full.
And the money turned to liquid. Not metaphorically, but literally. But paying your way, you're able to go through, and with that, you will have the cream of the crop to yourself and escorts available to interact with. The only question is who.
Good question indeed.
It's a long elevator ride to the top where you can think and discuss to yourself, but when you're up there, they will be present to your selection.
Well, there's gotta be a madam, right?
Yeah.
As good old Sergeant Binga would say,
Yeah, Jones never felt more fucking uncomfortable saying that.
I would-
Madam of the house?
Yeah, whereas Sergeant Binga would say, hooker manager.
Bitch, as a pimp named Slipback might say.
Indeed.
The bottom bitch.
The bottom bitch.
Hey man, totem pole is actually the further down you are, the higher notoriety you are. So maybe
Exactly.
multiple meanings, multi-entendre. But there is, and you may try your luck. The only question is, can you make the manipulation, or I will say you could try either the straight manipulation, or instead you can try stealth, one of the two.
Ooh.
And each of you can try just one or the
Yeah.
other.
I think manipulation is still our strong suit here, Tony.
Yeah. Yeah. I ain't a stealthy boy, but I am slick.
And I think slick is what they're used to.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Is it regular roll?
This is regular. Yes.
Okay, and manipulation. Alright. There we go.
And there it is for Rickson. Did you want to try the other roll, John, or do you just want to sit back and let the success?
Hmm?
You don't
I mean,
get
if
too
we
much
are-
different. It's just there's no real cost unless you push. So
If
I mean, if you want, you can just
stealth-
try the stealth
Yeah.
just for fun.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. There we go.
Ooh, hello.
Hey.
It is less your ability to physically sneak through this place, as it is a well-lit, glass-windowed, very open floor plan for this initial floor you end up on, but it is more what you see, and it is very much the upstanding. It looks almost like a business luncheon, with business casual being the outfit du jour. And for the lack of a better part, mostly ladies, though you do see a few men here or there.
The homosexual underground is here.
One could assume, or perhaps they are here for another purpose, as they were below, but you don't need to worry about that too much, as you can follow the corporate grapevine up the structure to the top, just as Nicholas Rickson is able to, with a suave manner to him, describe that his palate is one that is best sated by authority, and there is a specific place in his heart for such, and he will spare no expense, as he has already come through the door. And
Got that venture excuse.
Indeed. And that being the case, there is an individual with whom you can speak, and you are directed to the room of one Phoebe Jaques.
Alright.
The door is fairly accessible and designated as unlocked for the moment. You can brainstorm a game plan or just walk on in. Maybe even Jamrock shuffle in.
What's the distance to the nearest, like, man? Clearly, there's no female security here.
I will say
Females cannot be
probably
security.
25 feet, 30 feet. There are people around, but it's not right up
It's not a
close.
guarded room.
Yeah. And again, this is all invite only. You have passed the heaviest of the security to keep people out from this point.
Alright.
I think we get in there and let's drop the act, dude. Let's put the pressure on. Yeah.
I say we drop the act, put the pressure on, but don't push it too hard. Play it from the, like, we can be your friend if you work with us angle.
Yeah, we don't want to get kicked out. I don't want the security guards to come in here and start grabbing.
But yeah, I
Putting
agree.
their hands on a peace officer is a surefire way to bring the apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so get in there, explain why we're there, have her answer the questions from the jump, try and mess her up if she's going to be hiding anything. Let's get to it.
Yep. Take the lead, I'll watch her.
Indeed.
Actually, John, what's your insight? Just out of curiosity.
B.
B, okay, doesn't matter who. My idea was you do the talking for a second and I'll watch her with insight. And then, you know, that type of deal.
I think we both have the same...
Yeah, we do. That's why I was... We do, yeah. I mean, we're pretty good for this specific situation, so...
Let's get to it.
Hell yeah.
And with that,
Alright, I go in
sitting
with the swagger of the piece of shit cop that I am.
indeed.
A Jamrock shuffle.
And with that, behind a desk, you see one such lady in a room to herself, desk and all, appearing to actually be working. There is one, Phoebe Jaques, who raises her head and greets both of you gentlemen and asks if, perhaps with a bit of a, not a frustrated, but perhaps a reluctant sigh, if everything is to your liking.
Miss, we're a part of the the Revachol Citizens Militia. This is not a sect act. This is not role play. We're the police.
To which you will
We'd
hear
like to
her
ask a few questions.
Yes, in response to that, you will hear her say, "Oh, thank Dolores Day. Please close the door."
Nicholas would just go, that was easy. And he would shut the door. But I shut the
You
door
don't have
nicely and...
Please tell me that you don't have clients coming in here and claiming that they're part of the RCM as the introduction of a sex act. I'll have you know that's highly illegal.
She will say, "Not frequently." But that's not a no.
That's what I was about to say. That doesn't mean no.
There's sick bastards out there.
Indeed, and one day you will give them the appropriate fine from your clipboard.
Anyway.
Indeed. There are
Let's,
two chairs that you can sit in, and she is quite happy to make use of them in their intended format, as she introduces herself as Phoebe Jaques, assistant manager of the Heights of Corporate Prostitution, which means about as much as you can assume it does. She will ensure.
Excellent. Well, let's hope that all these questions are very brief and we'll get out of your hair, and I'll collect my entry fee back from the receptionist. First, are you aware what has happened to one Kraziga Brandt?
She nods her head. It has been all over both the papers and the radio signals. She has ensured that the room is not used in the event that the RCM has filled a warrant, or she glances between the two of you, decides to stop by. As, again, part of her bonus is ensuring that things remain pristine, and any business with the RCM would best be handled as cleanly as possible to maintain that.
Yes, cleanly. That's exactly what I was worried about, Lieutenant. They're trying to cover it up. Now, when was the last time that Mr. Brandt was here?
She will say approximately 2 days ago, midday.
And how
Okay.
long did he stay?
Booked the regular 4 hours.
Regular 4 hours?
Yes, usually the room for that long, company for less.
And what all services are provided to the room?
She sighs.
For special
Usually, clients, guests fill out a form. There is, of course, the license agreement that is signed and a selection that is commensurate with the payment at the door. She will extend that sum, have special requests, and pay more, and Kraziga was one, though he was not difficult to work with.
And may I see that form?
She will produce a blank one already prepared, as though she was going to have one of you or both of you fill it out. And it is pretty much what you can say on the tin. It is, in effect, not so different from a checkout list where there are a number of things displayed, and everything from a shoulder to cry on to a shoulder to do much less pleasant things to is all itemized and no doubt priced for cost effectiveness.
I'm going to go ahead and start filling it out while I ask these other questions.
Added to the clipboard.
I make sure to X through shoulder to cry on and then circle. Uh, and any mention of bottle service, refreshment, food?
Yes, she'll declare that he did have an attendant come to him in the usual third hour and only stay for approximately the hour. Kraziga specifically was very particular about having the last hour to himself, such that she'll gesture her hands, palms forward, and say that she would never want to speak badly about a good client. And Kraziga was never violent with her staff, but usually used anywhere from the last hour or 15 minutes of whatever he had booked the room for to exert the last of his frustrations on the room.
I see.
Another reason it has not been touched since he was there last. Currently, there is a staffing shortage for that.
I see. And
And
oh
on
goodness,
the-
how many bills have you sent to his address?
She will look through the list of what she's able to pull out from a clipboard of her own, and she will say, of this month, 23.
How many of that for property damage?
That is added in total. For discretion's sake, the bills are not itemized when they leave this place.
Ooh, Lieutenant. Ooh.
Say that again?
She will, off the cuff, assure you that Kraziga's room destruction... Oh, she doesn't use the term destruction. Damage rate is approximately 99 plus 1%.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's rough. That's rough. Oh, my intrusive thoughts are winning. Did you know
On
he had
the
herpes?
Yes, it factors into his cost.
I'm surprised that you had attendants who were willing to see to that sort of condition.
what refreshments did he purchase?
He was particularly fond of a not inexpensive hard liquor, and as per Fernand's statement, she will just say that corporate moralism, or rather centrist moralism, is the format of the day. And having discovered the boon of corporate finance that lets us all exist in this world without starving, it is simply one of those things that we accept as an occupational hazard, not unlike a pail driver.
I see.
Which, if you cannot imagine and are unfamiliar with the setting, imagine being a truck driver in Alien, except you have to shoot your way through space with a sound gun.
All right. And John, we found something in his nostrils, right? I don't say that out loud. I'm just asking.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
We found the same chemical that was found in Gruel's nostrils.
Okay.
So we can ask about his drug habit here.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So, other than the liquor, was there anything else you guys offered? And I'll be like, is it on the list actually? Oh yeah, is there like a drug on the list? Okay.
2 items you are very familiar with and may or may not have currently: a softer opiate and a harder opiate that you can acquire. Much like the establishment you were at the night, all of you were injured. Totally didn't factor in, by the way. At least, who can say? But they did. Other substances they do not curate, but they also do not necessarily police what consumables that a guest would like to bring in, so long as it is disclosed.
Is
it disclosed on the form?
Yeah, did he disclose it on the form, or did he disclose it to you?
He would disclose any additions he had on forms that he would fill out when he arrived. He usually had 1 or 2 of such for a natural opium or an enthusiast cocaine brand.
Can I ask what the enthusiast cocaine brand is?
It would be one you're familiar with. Good taste, pretty potent stuff. Stuff that you can find.
Gotcha. Okay. And the other one is just a typical opiate. Is it like a powder like the other one, or is it something that I would shoot?
He would typically bring a less refined opium for his own use that is roughly commensurate with what you found in the makeshift bathroom of, or well, at least what Fernand and Jaques found in his diplomatic estate.
My mic just died. Can you say that again?
A very unrefined opium that he would bring with him, commensurate with what Fernand and Jaques found in his estate.
Okay. God damn it. There we go. Okay. I did hear it that time.
No problem.
Did Kraziga have any issues with the other members of the establishment?
Never. She'll highlight that he was one of the more agreeable ones, sans perhaps any of the janitorial staff whom we made sure his identity was protected from at all costs.
Did he have a regular?
No, but he tended to get around, and We keep a list of those that he met with at least most frequently before receipts are purged to save space on the tape film.
And who was the most recent?
There is a sigh before the word me.
Oh. Did
I
you
mean-
notice anything strange about his behavior that day?
She will shake her head no. Everything was...
I'm gonna stand up out of my...
You're gonna do what?
He's gonna stand
I-
out of the seat.
Yeah,
Nicholas is just gonna sit there normal. Clearly, he's not exactly a little bit of a grimy individual. Doesn't seem to bother him too much.
yeah, but no.
I mean, it makes it
answers-
easier. I don't have to bother one of your girls, so.
Yeah, she answers as she's come to understand him through the forms that she receives from the other workers. She admits that it was a one-off simply because, for lack of a better term, let me find exact. Okay. She was covering for an individual contributor who used one of their precious few vacation days to see a relative dying of tuberculosis. Entirely preventable. Both of you are given your ratings. Entirely preventable medical case, but Phoebe described it as none of her business, and she let them take their vacation day without argument. Though, still, they used their vacation day.
Is there any way I could get her name?
I'll say you can get it. I don't have one specifically for her, but
Okay.
it is one of the different girls that is still working and present today that you could ask any questions, but she was not there to see Kraziga. But Phoebe
Would you-
was...
Gotcha. After we finish talking, would you mind if we talk to that girl?
She would not. And whenever you're ready, she can show you to the room that Kraziga had occupied.
John, you got any more questions?
Let's see.
I'll be right back really quick. I'm going to fill up my cup while you ask question.
One of the companies that Kraziga was overseeing the merger of also exists within this office space. Were there any clients from that company that day?
She would have to cross-reference, as they don't normally ask beyond the front door whom an associate is associating with. But she can get that information and supply it to you. It just might take what you would equate to 2 shifts.
That works with me.
Indeed.
Let's see, what else? That's how you know I'm fucking...
The
The
intrusive
back of my
thoughts.
mind is the intrusive thought is just crawling into my head. So, the tests for STDs, is that after every visit, or is it on
STI.
a weekly basis? Yes, STI
Yeah.
now, but back then in the retro 60s.
Late 60s, early 70s. Yeah, she will say daily.
Okay. I keep marking on my phone.
Yep.
Let's see. Any other questions? Does she know of a man named Cresian Fulp?
No. Has not heard of the individual. Though that
I'm
does
back.
not mean that he does not exist somewhere in the records, but She has not come across the name.
I see. And certainly you never heard of a man named Gruel Foie Gras?
Not before the radio spewed this morning that he was going a roll over town saying he had killed Kraziga, but it had happened after he left here, so given the amount of time since Kraziga passed, she had begun to think that perhaps maybe he had done it, but has issued no public statement to any other employees.
I see.
Are we still talking to the madam?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. No connections there. So, all right. Final question before we move on. Out of 10, how would you rate the service of your own establishment? Room for improvement, or are we operating way up there?
You'll give me the observation with advantage or drive with advantage, either or.
Can I also roll?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Why not, brother?
Both of you seem to notice with your keen perception as she glances her eyes over, almost as if referencing a pre-written response to this sort of question. Totally not tied to performance review KPI, but she will say, while there is always room for improvement, she does not believe that there is a better and more exclusive facility for interpersonal comfort in all of Revachol.
I write.
Sounds like you say that a lot.
That does not make it less true.
Yeah, Nicholas would just laugh.
All right. Well, I think that's all the questions I need to ask. Time to visit the room.
Indeed. And in place of a 3D investigation, this one is the 2D as we load up.
Oh god, I don't have any token with vision in the scene.
Oh, shit, that's my bad. I just made this one. Let me fix it.
Put me in, coach.
Let me in. Let me in.
There, should see it now.
God damn, that's filthy. He really does a number on that place, doesn't he?
She will agree, and she will either stay by the door or outside of it, but she will keep it closed as she navigates you both to this room.
That is a beautiful sight.
I would look at her and tell her you don't need to sit in here with us. You can sit outside the door and do whatever you need to do.
She will, with a clipboard in hand, thumbs up and leave you both to the room.
Listen, all right, I understand that that's a good line for like doing a review, and it might actually be true, but I don't think I want to hear my prostitutes say that they need improvement in some area. What area could you possibly be improving?
You do have a point, but she isn't wrong. There is always room for improvement.
There is.
But for a marketing line, where my thing is on the couch, are those papers?
Yes.
Or is that like a okay?
Yes, there is what I will say and describe as letter writing supplies. There are pieces of paper, there are envelopes, and a couple writing utensils, but there are no finished letters left out on the surface. So scraps of paper you can largely discern to be elements of those. But only the scraps of papers. I will say there are other things you may or may not notice that are not just scraps of paper.
Gotcha. Can I look through the scraps of paper and see if there's like anything written?
Is there anything you would like to highlight as you say that?
Mm,
So I can see your cursors and
y-
all that stuff. So
sorry, yeah. I was looking at these two in particular right
those
now.
two, those are just blank pieces of paper, just scraps.
What about right here?
Yes, I will say that, and the larger pile of books directly to the right. There is absolutely something there, and that is, there are books on Revachol's history, both scholastic and pop culture, circulating mainly on the Revacholian royal dynasty's fall.
Excuse me. Okay.
Which I will give this freebie to Fernand. Not so different from the reading material he kept in his estate.
Yeah, this dude was really big on the Revacholian royalty. Or, basically, how to prosper from Revacholian failures, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
I don't know. Maybe this guy's a fascist. Was.
It was, yeah.
I go straight for the alcohol.
The alcohol is there. I forget exactly what item there is, but there is a hard liquor item that you could add to your inventory if you were to capture it without reporting, or report it.
Is it opened?
One bottle is not opened. The other bottles are either partially or almost completely drained, or partially opened but tipped over on the floor.
Nicholas would be like, "Hey, Sergeant," and he'd kind of look at him, and he'd be like, "If you find any, you'd kind of give a sniff. Live with me."
Okay. Yeah.
And then he'd be like, "Yeah, go ahead and take the bottle."
What bottle? I say, putting it in
Exactly. Nicholas just gives a
Um,
very happy smile.
my-
All
this
right.
is the Jamrock Shuffle.
What's right there?
That is a good question. Underneath the immediate detritus and the stray books that have left the larger pile, there is, in fact, a jacket.
God
May I
damn
look
it,
inside
Con,
the?
You should have been here for this one.
Do what?
Con should have been here for this one.
There's a jacket
Oh.
left unclaimed and untouched.
Am I gonna get paid to throw Khan's character out the window at the end of the session?
I don't know. But
At least will he get the jacket at the end though?
I don't know. It depends on if we report the jacket itself or not. But there is some weight to the jacket, as though the pockets have a number of things inside of it. And I will also say that it matches actually perception or stealth from either of you. Or actually no, only Fernand. Only Fernand can do this one.
Okay. Wait, me or
Fernand. You.
You. Yeah.
stealth or observation?
Yeah.
Observation.
And that's all we need. I will say that you can match it to one of the clothing brands that our departed Kraziga frequently would wear. Probably one of the best clothing / fashion brands you can get in Revachol. So, since he's been here on more than a short trip, he has probably been buying these to wear himself. It is a man's jacket commensurate with his size.
Wonder why you left it. I'll search through the inside jacket pockets.
Well, inside there are a few things. There is one container of 44 Magnum ammunition, a pair of cool guy sunglasses, and a letter addressed directly to Mr. Brandt, which is Kraziga's last name.
Ooh. Yes, glasses on. Ammunition I will take, even though it doesn't fit my gun.
I will ask for the ammo.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a reason for that.
Also,
I'm not just... Yeah.
as you put on the glasses, you can choose to have this effect or just wear it as a cosmetic item, but as you put on the glasses, you may take -1 dice on stealth and observation, but get +1 dice on drive.
Oh, yeah.
You're a fucking
Oh,
cool
yeah.
guy. Is there
Alright, so
anything
I'll just
special
stand
about
on
that
this.
44 ammo, or is it just
It's
regular
standard
ammunition?
44,
Okay.
yeah, standard
That's
44.
okay. I hand it back to John, or that's all I wanted to check.
Yeah, and I will
Alright.
DM Jean the contents of the letter, which he may reveal at his discretion.
Oh, shit. Maybe I did it.
Do you wish to read the letter to the class, or at least Nicholas, or does Nicholas not care what's on the letter?
This is like
I'm
something I would
curious.
write. Dear Mr. Brandt, stop what you are doing, or I am going to kill you. You will die, and then be dead. And neither of us want that. So cease your investigations through Revachol, and cease the destruction of your apartments. And stop frequenting the Revachol arena. Nothing you could hope to gain, past, present, or future, is worth whatever outcome you are hoping for. So please, stop. Hopefully not killing you soon, your maybe killer. Actually, maybe it was Binga. That seems like something Binga would write.
Yeah, it's an extremely blunt letter.
I don't think Bingo would say maybe.
Bingo can write?
Oh, my dog's just freaking out. What happened?
Oh, you missed the best fucking letter reading of all time. They discovered a letter in the jacket.
I'll send it to you, Tom. Now, destroying the apartments. Why destroying the apartments? And what's in the reading that could be related to needing to be killed? Was there anything of, like, significant Revacholian worth in the apartments? Like,
I will
any
say there was at
flags?
least
Any,
one book that you remember that was looking at Revacholian artifacts of the royal dynasty.
Artifacts. Here's the fall of the Revacholian. And stop destroying things. Was this letter open before? Or did I
Yes,
just open it?
No, it was open before. It looks like it was tucked into a pocket like, oh, another one. Oh, well.
Oh.
Gotcha, so it wasn't even like... I mean, obviously, he wasn't taking it
not,
seriously.
It was not treated seriously. It's been
Yeah.
folded and just kind of like stuffed into one of the front pockets of the jacket.
Okay.
Are there any traces of any powders or anything on the letter?
No, in fact, this is just a piece of paper. The envelope itself is nowhere to be seen. It could presumably be one of several that are in here, but which one is hard to determine.
And after it being tossed away, there's probably no traces of any evidence left on it. Okay. Yeah, sunglasses. I look it over the city and put my foot up on the couch.
What is this?
That.
That's a piano.
It looks like a piano, but it's not quite. It is a
sex
music.
table.
Yeah, it's a music player shaped not so unlike a piano or a specific casket that can be played with electricity or by hand. Despite its odd shape, it seems to have been preserved the worst of the damage. And there is a song on it. And
I think we can learn a lot by a man's sex song.
Well, you would be maybe a little concerned or disappointed, as it is a slow, melancholic song called The Last One Out of Revachol from the 30s. A very ironic tune these days in the 50s, where it was originally intended as feelings of sadness over leaving Revachol during its wondrous status during the moralist golden age, now the current recession and resumption of corporate adjustments to the economy. It is seen far more ironic these days.
Is there anything right there?
I will say that and a number of the cups that you may or may not see are accoutrements and things that he has probably bought and just left from the concessionarium. Though he went there after this place, perhaps he brought some stuff with him, either having come before or from his own estate.
Okay.
I will say,
Yep.
Fernand, give me an observation since you put your foot up on the couch and look outside. There is one thing you might potentially get.
Fuck.
Nothing. You could push it, but
You can't push ones.
that's right. I will say that there is something that you feel might be missing, but it may be up to Nicholas to look around and see what he sees.
Do you see anything over there, Ferdinand?
All I see is the city that will be burned away when it all comes tumbling down.
You say some things there, Ferdinand. I would walk over to the couch and like put my foot up on it and be like, what's making you say these things?
Yeah.
What about this position there?
Yeah, give the observation a chance.
Deep in Revachol's bones, there's a crying out for release, for the final piece of destruction.
All right, Fart Fairway, but as you settle in on that foot, you get a little bit of a feeling for what Fernand's putting down, but you also get the feeling of something else. It's actually not looking out the window, which may or may not be, as Fernand has described, whether or not you care, but you feel something against your foot in the gaps of the cushions. And you see just a little bit of it in one of the pictures. In the cushions of the couch is a 44 Magnum.
I would grab the Magnum.
It is.
See, I was right the whole time. The city, the bones of Revachol, my foot, and something crying out for the sweet release of destruction. That was the 44.
I would look at the 44 and open it. Is there ammo in it? Is there anything special about it?
I put the gun to my head. And I pulled the trigger. Is it empty?
I opened the cylinder, by the way. Let me rephrase that just in case that wasn't obvious. I don't hey, Ferdinand, is this loaded? I just
This
pointed
place
at
is
him
like
and squeezed
somebody's
the trigger, dude.
memory of a town, and the memory's
Put his
fading.
ass down.
Yeah. It is loaded with the same ammunition you saw
so
earlier.
fucking-
What's that?
What Tom posted.
Yeah. I started listening to it, but oh my god, it's beautiful. But it is loaded, none of the shots have been fired, and it corresponds with the same ammunition that you found in Kraziga's jacket.
Gotcha. I just slide the revolver into my jacket.
Indeed.
Anything else? Anything else here? What is this?
I will
Is that a
just
lamp?
say, yeah, that's a lamp that was on the table directly next to it and is now in several places, one of which is no longer on the table.
Gotcha.
Is there anything on either of these nightstands?
Just the aforementioned materials that you may or may not have scooped up. There is one instance of the hard drugs that perhaps Nicholas is familiar with, and 2 instances of the lighter narcotics. And I will say with that, you have gotten pretty much everything out of here.
Are those narcotics I'll put those narcotics in my jacket, but I'm gonna put them in a bag first. I'm actually gonna put them as evidence. Yeah. I'm actually just in case there's anything in them.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be some
Don't
shit to
wanna-
fucking die on my day off because I snorted the same shit that killed this man?
You accidentally do narcotics and die.
Yeah.
Intentionally do narcotics, unintentionally die. But
That's my life's
Wow.
motto.
that is pretty much the completion of that investigation in that room. Good job. You still have Phoebe, whom you could question,
Yeah.
You did mention going back to the estate. You will not find anything implicated in the food, but if there was anything else you wanted to run by, or just search.
Did I find
Definitely
everything in the
wanna check out that
backyard? Okay. Well, we can go back.
Yeah, we'll take up these books and the book that he's got back there.
Alrighty. Bagged and tagged. Anything else specific you might want to bag and tag that isn't related to the jacket?
I don't think there's anything else that I can think of. Did you see anything? Did we check? What's under here, or did you include everything on that shelf?
I include pretty much everything on that shelf. Is
Okay.
either memorabilia or related to the books on the floor.
Did we check the table? I think we did.
You did. You
I
got the
grabbed the
alcohol.
alcohol from them.
Yeah, you got the alcohol.
Did we-
There's the mugs that you occasionally see, and the bits of paper are again the letter making supplies.
Anything under the
Okay.
couch?
Okay, gotcha.
Anything what?
Underneath the couch?
More debris, as if it has been shoved and moved at least at one point during the tirade, but nope, nothing else. I wouldn't throw you through that much of a loop with
Yeah.
without anything to suggest, but
Okay. But we have something valuable here. We have somebody who would be witness to one of his tirades. Why he
Yes.
would be flipping out like this. Not the behavior of somebody who's on opium.
yes. Is that a question you'd like to ask Phoebe once you step out of the room?
Yes.
Indeed. In that case, I actually have to roll on their behalf. Let me pull them up.
I understand that she's a skinwalker, and I shoot her.
Phasmid.
What if everybody has like these little fentanyl pills inside of them, and she knows their like activation kill phrase? It's like a UNATCO kill phrase.
I have to get you. I have to get you before your fucking fentanyl explodes. I have to get the fentanyl from inside your body. Give me your skin.
I won't let you say my fentanyl kill phrase, you shooter.
Oh, get fucked.
Am I allowed to roll?
He's
the one talking. Sorry, yeah,
I got it, and
oh, that's you rolling. I'm goober.
yeah, I had to roll for her because this one's an up in the air. She will say, in the grand scheme of things, she would most likely describe it as the distress seems to be mental, given what, again, she left the room as she was asked, and she was more than happy to. But having seen this multiple times and hearing the reports and following up with the people for whom she is the assistant manager of, again, never violent with any of the clientele, just there was a release in this that he needed, and it was regular and constant. Her best estimation, though, is the substances he abused, or rather, their lack of effectiveness, were perhaps a trigger, as she can't speak for his home life and precludes, based on his expenses, that he must be living in a very pristine and very nice establishment, but coming here as his highs seem to wear off, he is driven to these extreme bouts of what she will describe as self-destructive behavior.
All right. Let's call that, what do you say? Manic depressive?
She is not a medical professional, but she will nod.
Ah, so this was the sex song. There you go, my glass. Did he ever talk about Revacholian history? Did you actually ever talk to him very much?
Talked to him briefly. He was...
Did he sign up for
very
the Shoulder
talkative.
to Cry On?
She's going to look back and forth down the hallway to make sure nobody's listening in. She will very briefly nod, but then say, when he did speak, history was occasionally one of his topics to fall back on. It is admittedly strange to find someone who is so talkative with escorts, she will say. But it's perhaps better than other things, so she was not against it as much as it was surprising.
I understand. I mean, it's not surprising that somebody would want to cry with an escort, right?
Oh no, that part is That part is entirely reasonable. The asking about history was the strange part.
Right. I'm glad you think that about me. Anyway, the history. Any specific topics or something that he was passionate about, or maybe anything that was a trigger before he went into these sorts of aggressive states?
She'll shake her head. Usually seemed to do most of his breaking the ice at the beginning, and she shrugs, says would mention something about Revachol some time ago, history never being her strong suit.
Do you ever receive mail for Mr. Brandt here?
She shakes her head. No.
Yeah, that would be strange. Did he ever discuss any letters that he got with you?
Briefly, he mentioned he was always replying to correspondences, hence his bringing so much of, well, that with him as part of his time using the room, but never about the subject matter, to whom or to where, and never seemed to reply to any of the bills that were sent him, both by us or otherwise.
Let's see. What can you tell me about the Revachol Arena?
It's a popular place. It was a grand spectacle in the 30s with some wrestling and boxing matchups that are still talked about in the world today in that hobby. And if you are a fan of greasy food and cheap seats, it is a place you can go to enjoy those things.
That sounds awesome. I see. Lieutenant, do you have any questions?
I
Honestly,
will give you both one additional point based on your high status and a specific skill and something that was uttered, and at least one crit roll from before. There was a momentary slip when mentioning bills, ours and others such.
Others.
So they at least know that Kraziga is not necessarily good at paying his bills.
Who else was sitting in bills?
She will, without needing to roll anything, she will suck it up and she will say, it is perhaps better to ask who wasn't. Getting him to pay in person was easy, but it seems as though anytime he wasn't present for something, or paid something down the line, it was near impossible. Hence, we started collecting our fees directly in advance.
Gotcha.
Did he ever give a reason?
That he forgot was the typical. For anything under the sun, from his food, grocery budget, to the clothes he wore, to the Kanema that he rented and drove off of a bridge.
God, he was cool. So no indication of insolvency.
Oh no, he was very good for it, just did not seem to care.
Hmm.
I see. Um, let's see. Um, how many people were okay. Do you know specifically who might be one of his biggest debtors or indebted to?
That, it's hard to say. Potentially based on the expenses, his own company, but in softer terms, she would imagine anyone who supplies the boatload of illicit substances that he keeps coursing through him. Or perhaps them. It's not impossible that before they were getting payments in advance that his bill had racked up a considerable amount of money.
Do you actually know who was providing him drugs?
No.
Aside you.
She will shake her head, though he did seem fond of the concessionarium, which she can only imagine for a few small reasons. Either he was big into live performances, which possible, or they had substances available that he was also fond of, which she cannot prove, but she also can imagine.
Well, it seems like a good next step then. But now that he's dead, who would be able to collect the money? I mean, how exactly are you going to get your outstanding debts from his estate?
She imagines through a complicated process of filing charges due to the parent corporation, or perhaps those will be partnered over as his accounts are inherited by other owners, cardholders, bills payable, things like that, accounts payable. She imagines her organization will be fine as another corporate entity. Other than that, she is glad she is not a mom and pop diner for that reason.
Do you say that as a generic term, or is there a specific mom and pop diner that he gives a lot of money to?
Generic term.
Okay. I was about to say, who sends bills from a mom and pop diner that he doesn't just pay at the diner?
Whichever one would be selling him heroin.
Oh, that'd be one.
She gives you the finger gun. It's a muzzle loader though, so she has to, do
She
that
loads
gesture.
it with her other hand
Yeah.
and then fucking cocks it back. Yes, Tom, exactly.
Indeed.
I think she does that movement a lot as
No, she does it infrequently. The other ones do it a lot.
Okay. Lieutenant, any other questions?
I can't think of anything. I think we're good.
Okay. All right. Well, then, I do have one final question before we go then. How would you rate the last one out of Revachol in terms of sex songs that you've heard? Like, is it towards the bottom or like towards the top? Is there something about the melancholic tunes that really help, or is it just not that good? Well, actually, okay, answer that question. Follow-up question. What do you say is number one?
There is a moment of there is a silence after you finish those words, those thoughts even, that leave your mouth. And there is almost an expectation of a person should say something as the silence sets in, not unlike the pale around Ichi-Sola that keeps this world bound together or separated depending on your perspective. Though there is a long blink, and then her eyes open again, and she simply says, "No."
Okay, so the neo disco track, I think that was 47. No, got it. Number one. All right, I think that's everything. Oh yeah, this one. See, this one's always been my favorite.
But no, she is happy to have helped, nods her head, offers to shake Nicholas's hand, and then she will be off.
I will shake her hand, and before we leave, I want to go to the receptionist, and I'm gonna pull out my badge and make it clear we are on business, and I'm gonna need those 2 Chinyan back.
He will...
And he's dead ass serious. Nicholas does not give a fuck.
Yeah, he will hand back 1 Chimyan, but he will say in order to refund the other one, he will need to cancel... He looks at Fernand for a moment, but doesn't say anything. We will need to cancel any arranged appointments, as they would have to be filed correctly as under the auspices of the RCM.
You can take your Chinyan back.
Okay, so 1 Chimyan is returned to Nicholas.
I really need that shoulder to cry.
I'm not gonna judge. Alright, is there anything else going on in this shift that we need to do, John? Oh yeah, we need to go to the,
Yes, we gotta go and get that book. And then, get the book. I cannot think... let's... fuck, I need to hit those letters.
mhm.
The letters that they have.
Hit those letters.
I mean, that would be perfect. I'll relay all the information over to you about the debts and other things, so you have something specific to look for.
Yeah, I'll hit the letters this shift then.
All
That's
ready.
actually hilarious, Tom. Does he like tell me like that's how long it's gonna be? Like,
you
as...
get that on the receipt as like, hey, payments being processed or repayments being processed.
You want me to shoot him?
I'm gonna like look at the guy and be like,
and just shoots him and drops the gun.
Here, let me shoot you the finger gun. You pull out your actual gun and shoot him.
Is this loaded?
Just keep it on the fucking record. Just leave. Just go. I'm
Hey, is there
done.
friendly fire?
I'm done.
He
All right.
unwaved.
No. Get
I know you're fucking. Nicholas is gonna be like, I know you're fucking game, buddy. Like, he's like waving one hand as he's like, I know the trick. It's fine. I'll pick one. It's fine. It's fine. He's gonna walk away. He's a little bit annoyed. It's clear he'd rather spend that on drugs. It's fine. I'll fuck the whore.
He unwaves the refund.
All right. So it's gonna take me like 70 goddamn days to get my money back, Ferdinand. Let's go.
Well, it might be 70 days for the money to come out of the account, but that guy's shift does end eventually, and I have another idea.
Do you know when it ends?
Eventually.
Eventually. Okay.
With that, the other squad ends up at the intersection of 50th and Arena. It is on the water. The high-rise of the arena is behind you, but the nightlife scene expands out onto the water as if a last bit of that Revacholian golden age, turning ample sea space of the archipelago into more livable land for humans and boats and bird shit. It's still populated. There are fair people around, and you know at least a couple informants that are frequently called out in the area that you could probably question, or you could go straight to the arena concessionarium on the water.
Well, I'm not one for questioning, so whatever you want to do, boss man.
Well, I'm not really a talker either.
Indeed,
Oh.
he is examining
Maybe both
letters.
the
while you
talkers
walk.
shouldn't have gone together. Yeah, it's fine. It's all fine.
The two talking guys went together. The two not
Hey,
talking guys went together.
it worked out really well for us, so
It'll work out really well for us too,
Yeah,
one
yeah.
way or the other.
I wasn't giving up my spot. I was on that train to prostitute land.
This is true.
So, you have
Strict of-
sex, or do you fuck?
I put on my cool sunglasses. I fuck.
Oh man.
Indeed. Well, if you will not have need of the streets, the concessionarium unfolds in front of you. It's a relatively active establishment. You come in, there are many tables, people enjoying games of chance, people enjoying food, drink. There is a large counter space. There is an ornamental skull dispensing what is either wine or liquor, and a large tray of basic bar food arranged in what might have been an artsy manner if it was not so pretentious. There is one woman behind the counter barking orders back and forth to the kitchen, and I will drop her and both of you in. I will reveal as well. And the old lady will welcome you inside as though you are any other customer, not seeing your badges yet. Telling you to make yourself at home, and she will be around wherever you feel like sitting.
I'm going to sit by a window.
Of that, there are plenty. You take your choice of table and relax yourselves in. There are only really common people out right now. A few day laborers, now night drinkers. Nobody that looks to be of a particularly rough arrangement. And not too many people flooding in from off the street, though occasionally one person replaces another who leaves.
You look like a day drinker.
I don't really drink.
You have me fooled.
Indeed, and as you discuss, she does come around as promised and prompt enough. And she will ask what she can do for two fine gentlemen settling into a delicious evening as she gestures to the food available, which includes everything from wings to pizza to buttered rolls or anything basic that you could probably get just about anywhere. Revachol is not a place where you have to worry about reconstituted food like in Bladerunner, but that does not necessarily mean all of the food is good, or that you will be classy for eating anywhere in the city.
Do you have any reconstituted food? I really dig that kind of stuff.
Half tempted to pull out my badge and say thank me for my service.
I
Let your intrusive thoughts win. It's hilarious.
I really just want you to fuck me up with some bad food.
She will nod her head and say she'll put in for the greasiest pizza her oven can manage for you.
You know, make me wait an hour for it too. I'd really like that.
She'll have to work on that one, but she'll try. She'll nod her head. And she'll look over to Jaques.
I would like a water, please.
Make him pay for it.
She scratches out something that she had apparently written before even coming to the table and just sounds out water. Got it, she says enthusiastically.
Dolan nods his head. No, you can keep that back on there. He's
I'll have whatever you are.
But he needs.
Writes it back in, but doesn't scratch out the water. She will bring both.
We're trying to get him off as a recovery process.
I'm not. Just get me a water, please.
She'll nod and she'll even spare you the affectionate, shoulder pat of, you'll get there someday. Before she.
Yo, dude, what step are you on?
Yeah, I asked for his little coin back. Give me your AA coin. You won't be needing this.
I'm having water though. I'm not having a drink. Why are you trying to take my coin? So what are we doing here?
We're on an investigation.
Yes, I understand that. But what's the plan for here?
Dom, can I get a rehash?
Sure.
Why are we exactly here? I don't even remember.
He came here after his trip to the height of corporate prostitution, and it is here, presumably, that he had his argument,
Baited last meal.
his dialectic with your second corpse, the suspect, before they parted ways. And supposedly that is the reason that your suspect killed your victim. So whatever happened here between them happened at this establishment. There is also the fact he came here right after visiting the height of corporate prostitution, wherein now you know that he was right before and that he frequented, and at some point 24 hours or 48 hours before his death, there was some sort of inhalant in his system that may have resulted in his death that you can corroborate between the two. So this is a step on the path.
Well, you see, Jaques, we're gonna get in a fight.
What?
We're gonna jog the memory. We're gonna stoke up some PTSD in these people.
What do you mean we're gonna get into a fight?
Well, you're gonna yell at me. I'm gonna yell at you.
What?
And then we'll see where it goes. You know, emotions can flare. We never know what happens in the heat of it.
I don't think I want to do that. No.
One of us may even die.
I don't. Nope. I'm gonna have to say no on that one.
I could kill you.
You've been saying that about everyone.
I reach into my coat.
Okay, take it easy.
So what's it gonna be?
We're going to ask this lady questions about what happened a few nights ago. That's what's going to happen. We're not gonna fight. We're not gonna...
But we could remind her about the other group that came in.
Or we can just ask her questions like good policemen.
You saying I'm not a good policeman?
No, you're very good at killing people, apparently.
Yeah. Finally, somebody acknowledges that.
Fucking Tunes did die too. This is actually playing while you're talking.
Yeah.
You know what? You know how to charm me. You know, drinks on me.
I'm ready to die here.
Good. So we're just gonna ask some simple questions.
Gonna go. But I'm not gonna kill you anymore. I'll let you do it.
You'll... Wait, what?
You can kill me.
I don't want to kill you, though. Should I?
I'm ready to go.
Well, that's okay. Let's concentrate on doing this investigation and we can go back to that.
All right, in an hour she'll be back here with our pizza.
Maybe she'll be back here with my water sooner than an hour.
Indeed. She comes back with the water and a bottle, which she gestures to Doland Binga. But everybody gets a water, and she will make sure you're all settled in before going back to work on that pizza.
Ma'am.
Yep.
Ma'am, we're actually... I pull out my badge. We're actually with the RCM.
God damn it.
Conducting a investigation on... And do we have, like, a picture of Kraziga or something like that?
Yes, you do. It's in your...
And what about Gruel?
Gruel you might not have, but you might have it now, but you did not originally. I'll say you could have had one if you wanted it.
Yeah, a few nights ago, this gentleman here, and I point to the picture of Kraziga, came here and had an argument with a different individual. Were you there for that, or were any of your staff here for that? that we can question? Do you remember anything from that night?
Yeah, she'll sigh, but not from you being RCM and doing your jobs, but seeing that face and hearing what's going on, she's like, oh boy. But she'll nod her head and she'll say, yes, I was working that night. I help run the place, so I'm here most nights, and this gentleman was as well. He came with a few others that normally don't stay out so late, or rather don't stay in so late. He was a frequent associate, but not a member of the local mess gangs, and appeared to have some sort of business with them last night, and they passed in for, well, really shelter and water, and not really to pay for much of anything. But there was an argument, it stayed an argument, and then he bolted off. Grew, that is. Kraziga stayed for a time, enjoyed his fill of the menu, and then later eventually left to retire to his abode, wherever that is. As someone to spend that much money, she isn't quite familiar with what they would be staying in.
Did anybody else speak to Kraziga or anything like that, or meet with him here, other than Rule?
Meet with him, no. He was very social with a lot of the patrons of the establishment, though Grue and the ones that he came with seemed to avoid him at a considerable cost. Occasionally, it was Kraziga would correspond via mail from people, or with people here. Occasionally we would get something back, hold it for him, and give it to him when he arrived, but nothing to suggest anything you might not know. She gestures over, if you need her to clear the place out, she can, though that would also delay your pizza.
Do you have any of his mail currently?
She will have to go and check, but she will do so. That also gives you a moment to confer while she's not around.
Okay, so supposedly nobody met with him other than he was just, corralled around the bar. So nothing suspicious so far. What are you thinking, Binga?
I will be right back.
Joe Binga, wake up. No. Well, we hold on that one.
Maybe Kraziga and Rule had information that would lead to the arrest of Joe Binga.
Fucking facts.
Me looking over the letter again, like, yeah, Binga could have done it.
But
Binga wouldn't say,
sorry, I went to
hopefully
give you water.
not.
What's up?
no problem. Go ahead.
I am back.
So the lady, she says that Rule came in with a gang. It's a water. Came in with a gang of fellows. And that Kraziga didn't really meet with anybody in particular, and only had the altercation with Rule. She said that he had some of his mail delivered here, and she went off to go get that mail. What are you thinking so far with that?
I don't really know if there's anything to think about that so far. Seems like a pretty... We have nothing to really refute that story, I guess. So far.
Yeah, so far.
Indeed. She will return with a few pieces of mail that appear to match some of the letters that you're still holding on to, Tom. And she also has set out a pizza, but has not delivered it to your table. So, of course, it could not be yours. But it's on the counter and waiting. But at your table, she will say, these are the pieces of mail that they received since he was sending mail from here. Don't really know anything about it. Wouldn't want to be reading his mail. Ideally, wouldn't want his mail being sent here either, but
I start squeezing the letters.
There is nothing immediately prompting a response from your sense of touch. These letters are, for lack of a better term, all paper and envelope.
I'll start opening them.
As you open them, you see that... Give me an observation, or... I would take an observation or tech. With advantage, since you have the other letters to compare to.
Oh my god.
What I will say is, there is, on specifically the most recent letter, there is something you can notice, and it's almost... It's difficult to easily describe, but you know, much like the hollow markings of your ID, or even perhaps on, say, a registered firearm, not unlike perhaps the one that the party found in the hotel just recently, that these markings can sometimes determine something or hide something. The stamps on these envelopes are no different, but your knowledge is such that you know that on the most recent ones, there is a sort of tampering. There is something about the coloration and the placement of the holographic is not correct, as though it was either applied by hand or counterfeited in some way. And this has been placed over a much older, more authentic, one may dare even say a novelty Revacholian stamp of times gone by, of, say, we will have to just blanket say the royal period of Revacholian history, which seems to be a running theme for the letters that Kraziga would send, but on this one it is a letter received. So, somebody counterfeiting mail and getting it sent to Kraziga for one reason or another. And the letter itself is a very rote response. Hello, how do you do? Yes, here we go. This is nice. Thank you, goodbye. Nothing of any actual substance.
Huh. Did, I look at the lady. Did Krzyga come here often? Did he meet with anybody maybe in the month or so prior to his death?
She would nod at the first part, then stall. She would say, or not stall, but stop. As your question changed from one to the other, she would say, Krzyga was a regular feature almost nightly, but never met with anyone in specific, never made any lasting friendships, just came here, had a good time, purchased what he would need for here and for home, and then went back to wherever it is he lived out his day life.
And did he say why he wanted his mail sent here?
Oh, no, he never did, and never said that. He would just send mail from here, funny enough, and the responses would come here. We talked about it a few times, and he would just apologize, pay a large pittance on his tab, and then completely forget and do it all over again.
Huh. Did you happen to overhear what the argument might have been about between him and Rule?
She nods. She will say, yes, it was hard to follow the man arguing with Krzyga, but he said something about his terrible business being a detriment to Revacholian identity and our right to live as a cultural hegemony and not an economic one, and that he would make sure Krzyga was stopped, and he was the she scratches her chin, something justice, something return to what Revachol was, something, and did I get that right, guys? And nobody really seeming to have any empathy for what he was saying. It was very embarrassing.
And you said that the particular individual that argued with Krzyga came in here with a gang? Or hung around a certain gang of people?
He seemed to be trying to. The local mess gangs are... While the name comes from a foreign ethnicity that originally comprised them, they are now one of many such just downtrodden that roam the city trying to make the best living they can, often absconding the laws that come from the moral intern that the RCM helped to enforce. Though some are more palatable than others, we do sometimes see them in an official capacity during the daytime, but they are typically few and not terribly disruptive, just beginning their day and then leaving just as quickly.
One more question. Was there ever anybody who, since Krzyga was sending his mail from here, was there ever anybody who physically came here trying to look for Krzyga?
She will shake her head and say no. But now, here's the part where, for the entire conversation, I'd like either of you to roll insight or a stealth.
I can try stealth.
And I can try insight. is it either one of us? Or...
Both of you can roll. Just choose which of the two you'd like.
Okay, I'll do insight.
Okay.
There you go. It's a success. See what the other roll is too.
Alright. Sorry, just
No problem.
brain dangly this stuff around. Stealth? Stealth.
Yep.
No.
Oh darn. Oh well.
I'm gonna push it.
Sure. And there you go. Very good. First, it's less you being sneaky and conniving and more your ability to put the different parts of the conversation together and your natural skepticism that you've displayed both in your general day-to-day of people and of this establishment maybe in particular, that these people coming in that she can regularly associate with, it's something to say that she knows enough that Grue is not one of these people, but wanted to associate with them. That is a very subtle line that she's able to distinguish, and just as easily being able to point out that maybe they've been the more passive ones of the gangs in the area, and that doing business with them in the daytime is acceptable enough. There is a little bit of information there left on the table, which additionally Jaques can follow up with, knowing that mess gangs in particular have a habitual inclination for culture and insular practice of both their cultural norms and trying to exist outside of the corporate hierarchy, which plays in well to what Grue was saying. But to have them not respond seems to suggest either he was doing something inappropriate or his presence made even their own things that they approved of uncool. So there's ample information that there is a bit more to the story that just hasn't been explained.
See, we should have gone my way.
So he was with the mess gang, but he, had an outburst with Krzyga. If I'm following the conversation correctly, he had an outburst with Krzyga. The rest of the mess guys that were there just kind of were like, "Ooh, that's cringe."
That is an interpretation.
I don't think he was with it. I think she means that they're. He wanted to be with them.
What I mean is they were there. He went, "Am I right, guys?" And they went, "Ugh."
True. So true.
Both are valid interpretations. You could spin it either of those ways or even differently. But yes, that is one valid interpretation of how she's explained this. Which leads to some interesting questions like, why was Grue seeking their approval, and why did Grue come with them one night out of so many to seemingly pick a fight with Krzyga? There are pieces on the board.
Do you know any of these guys from the mess gang that were here a few nights ago?
Give me insight or hand-to-hand, though I will promise you are not punching anybody with this hand-to-hand. That's the insight.
What was the other one?
Hand to hand.
Hand to hand.
Yep. Both succeed. She says no, but in each of your heads, in a slightly different voice, you hear... If I click the right button. Wait, do I really only have the one? What the fuck? Did my shit get downgraded?
Do I hear, she is lying, my lord?
I mean, you do, but I'm missing shit off of my soundboard, which I don't know why, but fuck it. Discord start banning sounds? Oh well, fuck it. I'm just gonna play the same one over again, because I literally don't have the other three. Sad. She's lying, as she says no. There is a regret across her face as she says no that is all too subtle for most, but there is a spark that tells you as she maybe flits her eyes one way or the other that there is at least someone or something that she does know, no matter how little it is.
Ma'am, we're conducting a murder investigation. It's very important that you share whatever you have so that we can make sure this doesn't happen again.
Binga just in the back. I could kill you.
With that sigh, and perhaps a little bit of that motivation from Binga, his inner fight or flight prompting him to the same, I could kill me. Would you kill me? But he's maybe reined in by her answer of the business during the day isn't everything. At night they, as do some other parties occasionally who have need of a space, rent out our environment after hours, which is really all the better because then I can get more sleep. But specifically recently some of the Mesk gangers came and requested, and did so with payment, to rent out the bathroom of the concessionarium after evening and later, before morning. And she'll point over to the sign, or the doorway to the bathroom, which has an out of order sign placed on it right now.
How long has the bathroom been out of order?
Since, she'll kind of look at a clock on the wall, about an hour and a half.
Oh, okay, so it's been in use since then.
Yes, we just flip the sign and close it off after they've paid to use the space, but we never really see anybody come in.
Do you... I think I'd like to take a look.
She says, as RCM, you are more than free to.
Alright, I'll finish off my water, and,
I'll finish off his beer.
More like a bottle of liquor, but all good.
and
I'll finish it all.
head to the bathroom.
And with that, if everything loads, yes it will. We will go 3D. And we have all the way over here, that doorway. Imagine there are stalls, it's just, they're not modern
Low tech
models yet.
shitter.
Yeah.
My internet's being spotty, so I won't be able to load, but
That's
Tom, you're my
Alright.
eyes.
Alright. Is there anything interesting in that grate there?
No, but it has definitely seen its fair share of use, both in terms of being trod over on the constant and in need of cleaning. But
All right.
in place of the stalls, there is, and again, sinks, imagine, there besides, and instead of firelights, I don't know why that one's on the floor, but...
Is that bookshelf there? Is that like a
Yes.
magazine rack or what?
Yeah, magazine rack as you approach.
Yeah, I'm gonna search through the magazine rack.
Give me a tech roll really quick.
No advantage, right?
No, not on this one. It's not with the crit. You notice it is a magazine rack, and it has some books. It's like the basic books you'd pull out of a drugstore convenience section. But you get this weird sensation. The bookshelf is only about half deep, and you're fiddling with it for a bit, and at the brace of your hand, you can tell as you bump into something, part of the bookshelf or magazine rack section is hollow, and investigating further flips inward.
All right, we're going in.
Indeed, going in you do, and almost immediately there are accoutrements at your immediate appraisal. Different cages, containers, small cages, handheld. Not so unlike one that might have been found in the river of the Golden 30s apartment complex. But as you stroll in, I need both of you to roll a stealth check.
Game on.
There it is.
As you pull in, what you will see, and I don't have it immediately to hand, but back in the foundry, towards the end of this hallway, near this massive drain pipe, you see not one, not two, but 4 mess gangers who are, for their part, huddled kind of up against this, what looks to be the remnant of a large drainage pipe that is not so uncommon in Revacholian architecture, given how everything had to be rebuilt after the Communard uprising. Buildings butted against buildings, and forgotten sections of different property becoming either lost or built over or integrated with each other in ways that was never intended. But they currently do not detect any of you. You have a moment to appraise the items or confront them, or...
Do I have my shotgun?
You definitely have your handgun. If you want, you could give me a stealth check with disadvantage to see if you were able to bring it in under your coat. Because again, this is the one that I supposed to be signed off on. You could attempt a normal stealth roll to go back outside and bring the shotgun in, or you could just approach with the handgun.
I wanna look. Oh.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go kill these fuckers.
I wanna look and see if they're, or appraise them, see if they're armed with anything.
They're, for lack of a better term, not very affluently clad. Heavy jackets, suggesting they might either be prepared to sleep outside, or that is their modus operandi. You might also notice that they They have been at work, so they've worked up a bit of the sweat. So why they would continue to wear the jackets if they weren't expecting maybe to be ready for something, or they are expecting something, is probably indicative that they may have something on them.
Yeah,
terms of
they're
arms.
here for me. I've got
What?
to kill them.
Wait. What if they're not armed? They could be armed, but...
Well, then we'll find them some guns.
Wait, what?
I believe he said, then we will find them some guns.
I saw it. He was reaching for it.
Doesn't matter if they have them now, or if they have them when they're cold. We'll find them some guns.
Does there appear to be, like, anything laying around other than these, like, cages, or...
At the immediate, no, they all seem to be empty, though a quick observation roll could tell you a little more. That's it. Several of these enclosures are wet, though some are dry, and given their placement, it seems that this is specific, not a feature of time. Some were subjected to water, some were not, and then brought here. And the food as well seems to have been brought in not from the bar, but from wherever they traveled, as the subtle difference in what you could see, the cheeses are not the same.
I don't think we should engage in this firefight. I think we should go and ask that lady if she knows about this. And then maybe, I don't know, get the rest of the guys, figure out where that pipe leads to.
Well, mechanically, they can't come here, right? Without taking stress.
They would take a point of stress. Yes. They can... None of them have used their items to mitigate. So they could mitigate it mechanically if they wanted to. They could rush
Listen.
over here.
You go ask the lady. I'll keep them here.
Okay. Just don't start blasting.
Iraqi
Okay.
shotgun.
I just leave. I just leave.
Indeed. First, we will go to asking the lady. She is back to the counter with other guests and other persons. The closed sign still exists over the door, and you have not cleared out the rest of the establishment. What would you like to ask her?
I pull her off to the side and I say in a hushed voice, "Are you aware that there's a secret door in your bathroom?"
She'll seem surprised, but almost excited at the increase to her property value, and go, "No, she plainly wasn't aware. Is it a nice space?"
No, it's, look, don't go into the bathroom. Whatever you do, do not go there. Don't go poking around. I was just wanting to make sure if you were aware. Those gangs of Mesca guys. Do you know, like, what? He just looks very, very nervous right now. Like, he's just completely just sweating bullets.
She'll offer you another glass of water and say, "Don't worry, it gets better."
She lies.
All right. Just don't go in the bathroom, okay?
Yeah, she'll nod. She'll keep the bathroom closed tomorrow morning, even when it's back in her hands.
I head back to Binga, and I whisper, she didn't know about it.
All right. Underground operation. This is what promotions are made of.
This is true.
If you guys want us to come, I can come. No big deal for the stress.
But if we do this, we have to... Either we bring one in alive, or we hope that...
Yeah, no, I got this. If it gets going hot, get the other guys. I wasn't lying when I said I'm ready to die. And Joe Binga will point his shotgun at one of them and say, "Warning shot," and shoot.
Straight up. Make the roll. And that will kickstart us into... Well,
Is it just a firearms?
Yeah, it's a firearms. You could roll off of the weapon. As I don't think you need to actually roll to hit for this.
I take a careful aim.
Yeah. I'd say this first guy, since your stealth has no chance to defend. So you could just roll the shotgun in your inventory for damage.
Okay.
Or well, you got to roll to determine crit, so roll that. But he's not he's not gonna defend.
You crit, he immediately fucking dies.
You didn't fucking make it.
That's 2 crits, I think you roll. So you can roll the crit table off of your shotgun. Yeah. It should be filled in.
How do I do this with the...
Let me scroll over to your character.
Shotgun.
Doland Binga, combat. Oh, did I not? I might have been a dummy. Let me look at your shotgun. Oh, I linked it, not.
No, that was me clicking on the description of my thing.
Okay, here. I'll add it for you super quick. New weapon. Features, quantity, cost, standard, consumable. No. Actions, add an action, roll skill. Attribute is agility, skill. Firearms. Okay, is that in there or is that not? Attack mode defined. What the fuck? Oh, here. That's what I wanted. I did it under attack or actions, not features. Attack mode. That's a little confusing, but oh well. Crit die is a D10, which is B. Type piercing engaged. Oh, it's a short to medium. Okay. Now, if you press on the dice under combat, it should just roll the item. That's a my bad. Learning pain. I put that in the wrong place.
Okay, so just roll it?
Yeah, roll the d10, and I want to see, or roll the thing under weapons. The 20 gauge 2 should just have
Yeah.
both dice. Let's see, crit, draw crit. Okay. We're gonna go off of your previous rolls, so press the crit die 2 times, the 1d10 there.
Okay. Did it do anything?
Is it in cards? There should be a pop-up, I think.
Yeah, I click it and I hit OK.
Oh, you might need to click one of the people on screen.
Oh.
So, like, click Mess Ganger, because I see it pops up for...
Huh,
it didn't. What the hell? Oh, I just fucked your roll. Oh well. Raise your stress by 1, because of me fucking you by accident. Why can we not roll crit dice? Roll 2d10. I'm just gonna pull up the table because I don't know why that's not working.
4 and a 3.
Yeah. John, do you have that page in your head already?
For the crits?
Yeah.
Not off the top of my head, but I can find it real quick.
I'm searching for it. We'll see who finds it first. That's weird. I'll have to see why that doesn't work. 'Cause I forgot about rolling the crits. Damage would be fine, but...
Here we go. 73.
I was 3 pages away. Okay, a 3. That's a pierced die. That's a sad day for that guy. And a 4. Shoulder hit. So he's not...
You get to choose which one.
I am going to say...
Well, I think Boob technically chooses which one.
Okay. Shoulder hit, disadvantage to mobility and firearms. Pierced eye is for some reason only disadvantage to firearms and observation. But it lasts longer.
We'll go for the shoulder then.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think the shoulder would be your go-to. Is he... For the resulting... What is going to happen is... It will be a chase scene. Set to diner music and the blast of a shotgun. And this gentleman is... For lack of a better term, he's not running anywhere, but the other 3 hear a warning shot and say, "Ah, shit, cheese it!" And...
They're cheesing it!
Indeed. And as such, starting the chase. What we have are a few maneuvers that we can pick and choose from. Let me see if I can bring up the handy dandy chase menu.
I'm gonna close the secret door.
For sure. You can assume it closes. I'm going to add you all to the initiative for the first time. Oh, I just moved you off screen. Okay, how do I add people to the combat? Because I was not... I add you like this. Okay, That's a little confusing, but... Tom, do you want to chase, or are you going to hang back?
I'm gonna scream, RCM, stop. Or the RCM, stop. But, I look at Binga, do you think you can handle those guys?
I can take them all.
Okay, I'm gonna cuff this guy that you shot and make sure he doesn't die.
It was a warning shot.
Yeah, the warning shot. I'm gonna make sure he doesn't die.
Alright. We have drawn some initiative cards. And I will... I believe if you go over to the little pistol next to,
Oh, cool.
Yep.
yeah, you should be able to do all of your combat things here as soon as I click this. Alright, this guy is up first.
That's cool.
Now, I would like to draw your card. Okay, bud, how do I draw your card now? Come on, bud. Where's your fucking cards? Okay, there it is. Wait, that's just the initiative card.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to draw this dude's chase maneuver card. Or is that only players?
No. He gets a chase maneuver card.
I don't see where we draw those. Anywhere.
You basically you get to choose a maneuver, and then you reveal them at the same time. So that's the way that the chase works. I'm not sure how it works in Foundry. If you should be able to just draw the card from the chase stack that you want.
I see no chase stack, and I only see initiative cards, and those are being revealed seemingly all at once. Do I have a deck of cards to hand?
Basically, all you need to do is, for you, as the storyteller, you just need to generate an obstacle, and then choose randomly, or just choose whatever action they're going to do. You don't need a card.
Oh. Okay. First obstacle, and this guy's going to have to deal with it, is getting into the sewer grate and off to a running start. And I think they're all going to have to deal with this. So they're all going to have to, in their own order, attempt to... Looking at the chase maneuvers, I think it is just... it's just going to be their mobility. So they're just going to try and book it. mobility. He's at least able to. Now him. Alright, they're at least able to start their running, and they maintain their start a bit ahead of our boy. And then it comes to Boom.
Okay. What do I need to do?
I should be able to draw you a card, or if you right click yourself, or maybe I just did it. I think if you go now either into the text chat or into your combat tracker, you just... I should... Is it draw another card, or do you see it just in your chat? The card that I drew for you should be like an 8.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh,
8 of spades.
okay, cool. I'm still... What does Boom need, John? Does he need a maneuver card? Does he need something from
Yes,
me?
he gets to choose a maneuver, but he gets to choose it. He can do
Okay.
any of them. It's just the main thing for you is generating the obstacles and maintaining the range.
Okay,
So,
yes, that both of those I have.
because-
So, okay, I am inserting steps because I'm unfamiliar with the system. The Foundry is working perfectly. Okay. So, Boom, you have a few main options. There is Pursue/Flee. There is Hide, which I don't think you care for. There's Block, which in this circumstance I don't think you care for. There is Cut Off, though I will say you would suffer disadvantage with this, as you only currently know one way to go, and it's where they're going. You have Stand and Shoot, which you will not be penalized for, or you could attempt to describe something else you want to try. Those are your main options.
We will run after them. Pursue.
All right. All you need to do is roll your mobility. That's it. You advance and gain, so you're making good space. Well, they only advance a little bit. I will reset the line. And we will continue. Tom, do you want to rejoin the chase?
No. I'm
Okay.
treating this guy that he shot.
All right. I will need a medical
Wait
check.
till he
from-
finds out more.
A medical check?
Yeah.
I'm just like waiting for like fucking Tom to like stabilize this guy, and then Dolan just comes back covered in blood, and he's like, "Yeah, I didn't make it."
Yeah. This guy is stabilized, so it was going to take 2, but with 2 successes you can stabilize both of his injuries that were inflicted, and he is still in very bad shape. He is not looking good right now.
Alright.
But I will reset the round. So now the next objective is the pipe quickly breaks into a meander of sewer sections as it traces down steadily not super sharply, but steadily, and they have to either jump across an open water section to another side of walkway, or they need to sharply turn and run along the tunnel. 2 are going to attempt the jump, 1 is going to attempt the sharp turn, all while they flee. So, first up is going to jump.
Hey, there's the eye roller.
In the water. So he is going to be not moving forward, but he will maintain his place. Next one up is also a jumper.
Hey, there's the high roller.
Last one attempts the quick turn, which there's no penalty for failure, they just don't gain, but they need both dice to advance at the normal rate. Well, they gain a little bit, but not as much as they would have, so that looks like...
It would have been funny if he failed and he just slammed into the wall, Three Stooges style.
Almost. And now we are back to Boom Cop.
I'm gonna do stand and shoot.
Stand and shoot. You may choose either in the water. The one that is behind the corner has protection, or...
Oh, okay.
You are still coming down the... I mean, you could attempt the shot, but you're going to have disadvantage on it, is what I'll say. Because he's going to be still gaining just a little bit, not as much as he would normally, because he had to turn and make that stop. Or you could shoot with full dice at any one of the dudes in the water.
Not this turn, but I'm going to handcuff this guy, tell him to stay put, and go into the tunnel.
Sure.
I'll still stand and shoot, even with disadvantage.
Sure, go for it.
Unseen target.
Yeah.
Alright.
Damn.
Hey.
No credit.
You hear Tom will hear warning shot down the sewer tunnels.
I'm just like picturing just stop or I'll shoot, and just like before he finishes the sentence, some of the rounds already like fucking ringing off.
Just he's unloading his mag. Stop or I'll shoot. Stop or I'll shoot. Stop or I'll shoot. Just revert back to training. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. It's just an auto shotgun.
Beautiful.
Alrighty. Such resumes the combat order with the happy sounds of the bar added to by screams as they echo down the merry way. I'm going to reset the initiative. Or will I? It didn't seem like it did it, but I don't actually care. I was just going to give it a chance. Back to the first guy, who is dangerously close to Boom, even though he's in the water, because he's not past something yet. He's going to swim under the water and try to hide. My man should not have chosen a life of crime. Then it is Tom.
He's so shaken.
Yeah, he
Just being a
literally just saw
presence.
2 of his friends. Fucking, he's just sitting in the water, like, you know what? I'm not moving anymore. If this is my time, this is my time. But Tom, you have a good bit to catch up with. Are you just going to pursue?
Yeah, I'm gonna haul ass down this tunnel until I run into somebody.
Sure, go for it.
Do I just roll mobility?
Yep.
It's saying I can only roll at disadvantage. Is it because my police undershare?
Yes. Yeah, that's that'll. I'm pretty sure that's why. Let me look at your item real quick, cause I'm pretty sure that's it.
It's because all of that vodka I've been feeding you. You've been thinking it's water since you're such an alcoholic.
Yes. Yeah, if you open your armor, go to features, go to modifiers, and scroll down, there's a second modifier that it confers mobility disadvantage. That's why.
Oh, okay.
That's why you can. It is not the system. It is working as intended, which is based.
Okay.
Not quite. You could push it if you wanted to, but that's a risk.
No, I only have 1 resolve.
Yeah, that is completely understandable. You make some progress, but not a lot. I'm going to bite you up behind Boom, but he's going to be moving ahead, I'm almost certain. Unless he stands and shoots again. But, maybe you will catch up to Boom. But this mess ganger is going to continue his flight. Stronger swimmer than a runner, he proceeds. And now the man that has been rather heavily injured he is... his only obstacle is a long path ahead. So he is also just going to book it, but attempt to get behind another corner to maintain unseen target. Though his... at least his obstacle will update. I think both of them will. Strong runner. He is motivated by fear.
As with most of Binga's romantic relationships.
Indeed. Doland Binga, your choice.
We're gonna jump.
Go for it. That's it. Jump across and are able to advance. I will say you are at least that close.
I will be right back.
I'll draw everybody back. All right.
We shouldn't be closer because that guy's in the water.
You are basically at the same with this guy that you're next to. I'm just differentiating exactly where you are.
Okay.
You're just like beside him. The other guy is ahead by a little bit, but you could probably catch him if you wanted to. Now, this guy's obstacle is going to be a grate, but it also is potentially a way out. He needs to succeed not just his mobility roll, but he needs to pass... What did I decide it was going to be? Force or tech, and he will choose force. So we will roll each of his. Wait, actually make sure I have the right guy. Yes, I do. There's one. It's a good thing it's not the same roll, or I could have just passed him on the second one. And he passes. Heavily wounded. This one will abscond. Tom, you are up. You can probably see everybody now, but they're in the distance ahead of you.
I'm gonna try and catch up with these two guys.
Indeed, they are in the water. Do you want to run up beside them, or do you want to jump in the water?
I'm gonna run up beside them.
Sure, that'll just be a standard mobility. There you go. You're able to get probably in the space between the two.
I have my gun out. RCM, come out of the water with your hands up.
This one, he is going to let's see. He will attempt the hide. Unwisely, he just doesn't move. He dips under the water but comes almost right back up. This guy will just willingly surrender. The guy in the back just grabs some iron bar laddering in the stonework, just catches himself, but raises the other hand like, okay, I'm done. And having failed in the next round, well, Boom still has his. Boom, what do you do?
I'm gonna try to continue to chase after that one guy.
Go for it. I'll say at this distance, you could even use block if you want to, which is your force. Or you can pursue, either or.
I mean, the guy that ran out of the one that I shot.
Okay, you can't block him, but you can pursue. Yeah, that's
Okay.
Yeah. You gain, but he remains nowhere in sight. Flip the script. Back to Tom. You have one person who has surrendered. I will move him and hide him.
I'm going to try and handcuff that guy who's surrendering.
Sure. I won't even require a roll for it. He's just gonna pull himself out of the water and be restrained. Last guy is... I'll be merciful. He surrenders too, and it's more of the same. And that will be that. Even as you continue to pursue the guy who's out of the sewer, Boom, he is fled the scene.
Can't follow any blood or anything?
There's definitely blood to follow, but once it gets out into the open street, it's already night. You would probably need time and the next scene to find where he's ended up. Which you could take, but you could also take the shift off that you need. You could also report it in and have other people keep up on it while you take your shift off.
Yeah, I say we bring these guys in for questioning and have somebody else look for that guy. Didn't we bring the car with more seats in it too?
Yes.
Excellent.
Indeed, you have enough seats for all of these individuals. And with that, we have a successful investigation. There may be more that you might want to revisit, but after a few shotgun blasts, the place is substantially cleared out for one reason or another, and probably at least one or two other RCM are brought in with the sound of illegal firearm discharge. But you have the potential to get away before that's a now concern. But is there anything else you would like to do with your scene as you wrap these three individuals, one of whom is ghastly wounded, into your Kupri Kanima?
I got nothing.
I'm gonna radio to our guys on the investigation. So like Tony and Jordan, that we're bringing some guys in.
Are these guys going to like make it this time?
Yeah, because we're bringing them directly to the station.
Well, I mean, they were gonna bring him directly to the station last time too.
Well, I'm not gonna walk off for 10 minutes and then suddenly.
I got some bread for you, fella.
That man. I have done nothing but teleport bread for 3 days.
He's got bread! Warning shot!
Why did you shoot that man? He was coming at me with bread.
He was armed and dangerous.
With bread.
One stale baguette.
A baguette.
Well,
Well, he was French, so that means he's already armed with he shoot to kill on sight.
Indeed. You have you have your shift off, but you have a little time to meet as you all confer your notes. And there is also an additional moment after you initially begin your debrief is that well, your captain, Captain Price, is also requesting a meeting before you adjourn for the night.
Uh-oh.
Promotion time.
Yeah, I hope so.
I mean, I just bagged 3 losers.
I mean, we got him into the station, not in bags. I say that's a success.
I'm a trophy hunter. Yeah, before we go in, those 3 guys, there was a 4th one, but he got away. We went to the restaurant, and apparently our guy Ghoul was trying to fit in with that gang of fellows, and it wasn't really working out. And apparently the lady rented out spaces in her shop, and she was renting the bathroom out to those guys, and we found a little secret compartment, and they were there. Mesk gangers.
All right. All right.
Rule also said something along the lines of Kurziga's business is ruining Revachol's culture, probably to try and impress those mess guys. But the lady at the restaurant said that they weren't very receptive of his show. Also, Kurziga was also sending and receiving mail at that restaurant, and these letters, they have fake stamps. Forged.
The ones that Kurziga was making, or the ones he was receiving?
The ones he was receiving.
Hmm. Well,
The letters that he received at the restaurant were just nonsense. Nothing useful, but they had fake stamps on them.
I wonder why. Unless the mail is supposed to be a delivery system.
Well, the stamps themselves kind of harken back to the good old days that Kurziga was kind of infatuated with. Maybe there's some sort of code we're missing with these letters and the stamps and his little obsession.
He was certainly looking into something, some sort of investigation through his books. The letter that he received from his maybe killer specifically said his investigations through Revachol and nothing to gain past, present, or future. So he's definitely got something related to his books and somewhere in his notes about history that just hasn't cropped up yet between any of these leads, aside from that it exists. Nothing concrete on what he's been looking for. So,
John, give me insight. I'm going to say disadvantage, but that's only because I like you. And that's why I like you. Okay. On hearing this, there's a few pieces of the puzzle that you've said very closely, but you haven't threaded them, so it's not me, but rather your creativity, which may or may not be founded in reality, but I will piece them together for you. You have alluded to Kurziga sending and receiving mail from different places. What if he is sending himself mail?
Self? Holy shit. Was this one long suicide?
The answer to that question, or any other question, would be, if you are going to follow this thread, which may or may not be founded in reality, spurred on by a specific voice in your head that may or may not actually be a voice in your head, would be, what would he be mailing himself? And if stamps are being forged, why bypass the post office?
I mean, drugs would be a big one.
I'm going to correct you there. You've gotten drugs from vending machines. It's not entirely... It would be something other than drug, is all I'm going to say. Between his ability to throw out money and pay any fine, and the access he's already had to them, and finding example letters that don't have drugs in them, there is another piece to this puzzle, and it's not drugs.
He was sending letters to himself so he wouldn't forget shit that he was reading while he was drunk and high.
Maybe.
Not impossible, though. Why go under personas and informants sending himself mail under assumed name instead of just writing himself a note? You've stumbled onto something important there, and I want to make sure I reward that, but you're not quite there. But feel free to revisit anything before or after your meeting with Price. And then you get your off shift, and then you can decide what your shifts look like starting in the morning as we reach what will probably be the climax of the case.
We need to, I mean, we should find whatever letters that he had in his stack and see which ones came from him. Which ones he mailed to himself, see what we get.
And we haven't went through that stack of letters yet.
Which could be your morning shift, but until then,
yeah,
the door is open to Price's office. Does anybody not attend?
I'm going in.
Yep, I'm there.
Cool sunglasses on.
Cool sunglasses on. Oh, also, I didn't have it the day up because for some reason I just completely forgot it in my notes, but Tony, the top hat you picked up from his estate.
Yeah.
That also has some stats associated with it. I will send them to you.
Gotcha.
It might not actually be useful to you, and if the only thing I'm gonna say is you can't go above an A rank anything.
Oh, okay.
So just keep that in mind, but that might mean... Hey.
I'm gonna use my horrific hair pomade before I go into this fucking meeting.
Based.
So that I'm not seconds away from having a mental breakdown.
But being as experienced you are with the man, Price's office is no more ornate than the rest of your admittedly repurposed precinct. 41 is largely respected because Price himself is respected. A figure of authority in Revachol, whereas most see it as no longer a place of national pride or even communal pride, but instead a playing ground of multinational, moral intern agencies and corporations. Price is anathema to this, and when out in the streets atop his horse, the sole equestrian officer on the force, he stands above the common officer, and though he sits as equals with you now, a bit of that air remains present. As he sits, and once you all do, he folds his hands and looks at each of you, and it's a simple nod that begins the meeting, as is his practice, before he just begins with the question. Who authorized the use of a shotgun in, well, whatever altercation happened off of the intersection of 50th and Arena?
It was official discretion.
He nods his head. He appreciates having the courage to answer. He says nothing for the moment. Whose idea was it to submit an autopsy report with no mention of who found a body and whose evidence of treatment was blank and, well, he just slides the finished autopsy form over with a couple missing blanks on it.
Whoever filled that out was didn't take that very seriously, did they?
Well, that field on the form is filled out. But I am asking the question.
Which guy is it? Is it
Brew.
Rule?
Yeah.
Brew?
Yeah, it's in... It is also in Group 2 chat, if you wanted to see exactly what he sees. Some of the fields are preamble, like external examination doesn't actually need anything written there, but body identified by and evidence of treatment being blank, he is calling into question.
Well, let's see. I thought we put no there.
Yeah, I thought
Because
we
there was
put
no
evidence of treatment.
yeah, no evidence of treatment.
Okay.
He clearly wasn't treated post.
Alright, for the
Post
sake of
death or
in-characterness, I will fill that one, but he's still interested in the body identified by.
Well, I believe that the identification of the body was left vague due to the circumstances by which they were found. I believe that the body was reported and then discovered on scene.
Allow me to
the
walk you
ambiguity
through the lovely the pageant of let's put the name of one of the dispatchers. No, wait. Let's wait until we finish the autopsy and then put whatever name fits best. What do you mean you gave him food? There were several steps of this plan that were not followed up on.
Ah. Oops.
Yeah, whoever filled out the autopsy was kind of a dingus.
And, just a little bit of clerical error. It looks like clearly
Whoopsie daisies.
Official discretion.
No official discretion in that. Just a simple bookkeeping error.
A tiding of the apocalypse.
Yes, the apocalypse has taken the words straight from the page.
That's all. But the last one.
But
is,
it will be amended, of course. Amended, of course, to reflect accurately the information once I have received it.
Indeed, he will keep the form for the moment, and he will then ask, and which two officers have used official time to lodge reservations at the height of corporate prostitution?
Wait, you did what?
Oh, that's
Wait,
that's actually
very simply. We were worried that official.
I can answer that without having to fucking lie. I don't say that out loud. We were there on
There was no
official
lie.
business, and we put it down so that we didn't raise suspicion and have to flash the badges immediately. That way we could get inside, talk to the madam, and not cause a ruckus. When I tried to get my refund back, it was kind of a pain in the ass, sir.
Indeed. He will take all of that. There is no foreboding sense of judgment, and he'll have you update him on the progress of your case in the last 48 hours. Might be closer to 24 for you guys, but he doesn't need to know that. I will make you repeat it all, but you're able to get that off. I will instead open the floor if you had any questions or requests from him, or for him. Things that might help your investigation.
Do we need anything?
Thinking. We have the letters. We don't need any warrants. Let's see.
It could even just be questions you might want his opinion on.
Yeah, I mean, well, clearly we have, the deceased suspect, or, sorry, victim, who was mailing letters to himself to bypass the post office.
Theoretically.
And theoretically, that is the working theory. But so far, we haven't had any indication as to what he could be mailing. Though there's multiple references to investigations into Revachol's royalist history. I don't think he would be mailing himself artifacts.
Do you know how long he intended to stay? In Revachol, that is.
Part of the merger was that he was going to be relocating, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. You don't think maybe he was smuggling royalist artifacts out of Revachol to somewhere else? I say that out loud to myself as I realize that that's actually a working theory.
He gestures open-handedly as though it is your case, and phrased like that, he has no reason to raise an eyebrow at it.
But doing so would be... We'd have to see what exactly was shipping. So far, we only have stamps on postage, like letters. But something to think about.
He nods his head. And then...
No.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the second follow-up was that both the alleged murderer and the victim have died by same mechanism. Which is activated, well, theoretically. We haven't found the trigger yet, but working theory, activated release of fentanyl within the system. And share similarities in ingestion of chemicals within the sinuses.
He nods. Same method. Same killer. Same motive, he asks.
Well,
Unsure.
when the garage that Rule was staying in, he had little buckets and cages that he was putting in the water. These Esk fellows that we brought in also had cages and buckets that were covered in water.
I'm actually going to correct you there. He didn't put the cages in the water. They were in a place that was specifically trapped on the approach that he would walk to get there, as though somebody didn't want him near them.
Oh, okay.
So, small correction there. But you
Alright.
did accurately connect that the same cages that were put in the river appeared to be in the back of the concessionarium. That is a very good, and hang on to that.
If it is a smuggling operation, maybe the cages could be connected?
He nods his head. Do you know if they were working with your departed suspect?
We have no idea yet. We haven't been able to question them yet.
No, but you know that he wanted to work with them.
Yes.
So, anything else you'd want to run past Price, whether question or request for anything?
Let us see. Don't have anything like that. Maybe I could request a search warrant for maybe his financial records to see if he's made any purchases towards any archaeological or historical foundations.
Well, nod. Anything else?
I've got work tomorrow, so I think I'm gonna head out.
No prob. Have a good one, Tom.
You have a good one, my man. Later, my dude.
Night.
Good
I
night.
think that's it.
Indeed. With that, with a quick screen cap of the Tom.
God
We
damn.
got it. Okay. He is going to look everybody over and with a familiar form.
Mine
because-
is dying. Holy shit.
We shall see if it improves, but with a familiar form that can just as easily indicate knocks against you as commendation for you, as in promotion point spend or increase. He will bring it forward and he will write on it before sliding it over, along with the unfilled autopsy form, and he will give the pen for that. He gives everyone a promotion point. Well, yeah, everybody gets a promotion point, but there's a note for Nicholas Rickson that next pay cycle he will be docked a chimien, because he as lieutenant should set a better example for the less senior members of the RCM's detective force. But you still get the promotion point.
He doesn't seem that concerned about the chimney. It seems like this is normal.
I shall add to Jaques a chimien, or a promotion point. And then you have your off shift. It is night. You can sleep. You can go somewhere. Use any items. You've got all the stuff available to you. And then come morning, you'll have the results of that warrant and inquiry, and you can look at the letters. And I will keep Jaques pulled up for that.
Sorry. I've got a date. That's how I'm spending my off shift.
Well, damn, aren't you cool?
I've got a shoulder to cry on.
Indeed.
And I'm all out of tissues.
Well, there he goes. I'm sure Donald has target practice. I'll say Jaques just has to sleep. Tony, do you have anything fancy you will do for your off shift?
Nay, I'm pretty sure I have like 2 HP, so I need the rest. I'm just gonna get high.
You have 3, but it's
Oh,
still,
okay.
like, good cause to maybe get a +1 while you can. There's
Fair.
at least an item for that. So that can happen, and we come back to the next morning. Nothing has changed in the world of Revachol, as it doesn't seem to in this lulling state of inequity, but the precinct is there for you, as no doubt cases come in and cases go, but for now you've got this one, and you've got some new information, Fernand.
Excellent.
Indeed, he was making no such charitable donations to any one place. In fact, he was using up what seems to be a good portion of his expense account, which he was contractually given as an executive officer, but that does not necessarily mean that he has to spend it all, as it can be cause to, as they say, remove him from the position if he is spending so much money on, as it's put, rides from one place to another, to museum visits, to anything from an undergraduate at a Revacholian university, as poor as they may be seen, to, again, just luxury visits to places for the astute and erudite. It seems that he was on a spending spree.
It kind of looks like embezzlement, too.
Give me an insight roll with advantage, or I would accept, in this case, insight or observation. He's huge. He's huge.
Goddamn.
Big rolls, big
Does
rolls.
anybody want to attempt the observation side of it?
Might as well.
Dang.
Wah wah.
Nice. You could push it.
Nah.
Let me look at Jaques. His is actually a really good solo for him.
There we go.
That's a success. So, first, we're going to come down to Fernand. Your insight, again, this is your more genuine insight, less your imagination that may or may not have a funny two-word name. It does really look like embezzlement, especially since you know for a fact at least 23 visits to the height of corporate prostitution this month, daily visits to the concessionarium. When does he have time to go to a museum? When does he have time to take a class? And if he stays in one place like this, when does he have time to go rent a vehicle to go somewhere that isn't just driving downtown Revachol? Because maybe he's not. For the letters, somebody said something good. I'm going to hold Tom's success. But first, what would we like to do to examine the letters to determine what they might have been transporting?
Well, we'd have to separate out the ones that seem to be mailed to himself.
Indeed, which I'll say he's probably got good penmanship, and there are a lot of letters here. So being generous with the ones that seem like they're nonsense related, at the very least. You can get a pretty extensive pile and a good bit to cross-reference. I would accept either a force or observation, either or.
I will try the observation.
Huge, especially on the force, because this is not you're actually forcing open the letters. This is the force of the
Shivers.
apocalypse and the streets and that word coursing through you as you get a feeling. There was never anything to deform these letters. They are all native and pure in their form. The letters and the substance are not what connect anything. But the sender and the sending mayhaps do. Can you think of one thing that they all have? The one thing that connects them.
The stamp?
Jaques' dice kicks in. The book next to his personal bathroom. Artifacts and heirlooms from the Revacholian royal dynasty included not only the purple cocaine, not only unrealistic maps of Revachol, but it also included
The symbols of Revachol.
which were also on the Royal Revacholian stamp collection. Perhaps, and this is not using his basic observation, this is using that other two-letter word that we're associating with observation, visual calculus. Man wants to get out of Revachol and maybe the whole game. What does he do? Sit back, his apartment. He's got this time, isolation, access to anything he wants. He needs a way to get valuables out unseen. He knows what's valuable. Revachol's history, the only thing of value here. That and the people who can be exploited. So what does he do? He exploits the people the amount necessary to get the treasure, the stamps. He mails them to himself. In so doing, making sure he can bypass the post office, get them into his possession, and then, once he leaves, he has, in effect, the Revacholian royal stamp collection in his hands and outside of Revachol.
So what goes wrong?
Someone finds out. Who? And what about that letter?
Your maybe killer.
Your maybe killer.
Cease the destruction of your apartments. God, who would? Why such an offense against the apartments? Could it be that somebody was tired of having to clean it up constantly?
A possible interpretation, though. I should make you roll for this, but just to show that I am a generous game mother, and I choose to use that term since we're using a system by the same company this one time. Consider that he also, whoever this was, probably a he because they're capable. Haha, no, that's a joke. But maybe consider that word apartments, plural. Why more than one?
I mean, does the one at the fucking height of corporate prostitution count as an apartment?
One might think so. Imagine that's the only other one you know of, and also the only other one that he appears to destroy. He doesn't tear up the concessionarium. The question is why. There is also another question that has perhaps not been asked regarding that. Not so much about the two, but
why not the concessionarium?
kind of, but rephrase it, rethink it. You know what you know to ask the question. What stands out about that question being in the letter? The writer of the letter would need...
Well, they would need to know about both apartments being destroyed.
Yes, exactly.
Which means they would have had to been able to go to both.
Or have had means to know about both. You know that your associate, Crescian Fulp, knows about both, but has never been to both. Who else do you know that you could possibly finger?
Phoebe. Maybe.
Does she know where he lives? I'm going to give you the answer no. She has said she doesn't know where he lives.
Yeah, I was about to say, she specifically stated she didn't.
Yeah, that's right. Cresian. Not Gruel. No way, Gruel.
No. But... There's a question you've asked before that might be worth asking again. Because you haven't asked it since last investigation. Last session.
Let's see.
Though, it may be pertinent now. You have time to... Knowing all of this, you have 3 people to interrogate.
Yes, one of the Mesk men. Cresian again. Who would be the third?
Dolan's got high force. We want to go do the bad cop?
Yeah?
I think
We
Dolan
go
and...
with the Misk?
Yeah, I think Dolan and Fernand have decent force, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Alright, boys, I say we
go.
go fucking beat the shit out of them, and I'll go watch if they're lying.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty good at manipulating too, so we might.
Yeah, but I'm not as good at beating the shit out of him. So like, give me something to do there, bud.
That's fair. I mean,
I'm just an old man.
To switch. We might just not need to go right into the beating the shit out of him.
Well, fair enough. That's also fair.
All right.
Just saying, Captain Bryce called us into the office one time before, and I don't want to be there again.
True.
You did also all
Where's
leave
the-
with promotion, but
Yeah.
That is true. But who would be the third person to interrogate? Would it be Phoebe?
I don't think he was very happy about me like going to the whorehouse like that though. But you know.
shit
Hey
happens.
man,
Or maybe it was like me not putting the like name on the body. But who's really who's really checking?
So you've got each of the men outlined in the interrogation rooms. I'm gonna just do one just for the sake of brevity, but assume you could ask all three of them the same questions and get the most pertinent information. So just boil
Gotcha.
that down to one NPC.
excellent. So,
Your clipboards are armed with information and pictures as needed.
we must produce the picture first of Brant.
Indeed.
We understand that this man wanted to work with you.
You mean Gru. That's the one that wanted to work with them. Kraziga.
Yes.
Okay. So. Both walk in quiet, drop picture of Gru Falgaray on the table. Kinda maybe scoffs a little bit seeing that face and just kinda shrugs. No words have been exchanged yet.
So, I'm pretty sure that this guy doesn't want to be associated with somebody who claims to be the murderer of a highfalutin corporatist. And I think it's about time that you just start distancing yourself away from this guy. So what exactly is the relationship between you and Gru?
He thinks he's tough. Thinks he's more than just a ambitious pacifist. Actually, you've got it backwards. We'd probably want to associate with him if he could keep out with these centrist pigs. But he can't.
Wow. And how do you mean by couldn't keep out with centrist pigs?
Oh, the big game he talked at the concessionarium saying he was gonna kill the fucking Kraziga fought. But, well, however it happened, he wasn't there for it. Didn't swing no bat or knife. Not smart enough to have done something else, and definitely didn't have the money to do it, have someone do it for him. So, I don't think he done it. He shrugs.
So why is it that, well, he wanted to be associated with you, but he didn't have the guts for it, no spine. But why did he want to be associated with you in the first place?
Wanted to feel like he believed in something. I'm guessing. Like we do. It's the only thing can do. Revachol's a fucking puddle. People just fucking step in it. 'Cause it done got no culture. Not no more.
Yeah, funny thing about culture then. So, did you have any particular problems with Mr. Brant?
What's a wealthy moral intern got that everybody else ain't?
Money?
Close. Literally fucking everything. Wanna be a little dash of fucking Mundi or go to goddamn whatever the fuck island got the binoclars coming from. Whatever Isola they crawled out of. Yeah. Anything you'd fucking want. And what do they choose to do with it? Come and destroy all cultures, because it's the only thing they can't fucking have. So, could say, yeah, had a problem as soon as we heard about him.
Mm-hmm. And did that problem have anything in specific, or just the general concept of him?
Manipulation or force, either or. And each of you can roll. It's just one.
I will. Okay.
You do the manipulation, I'll do the
Yep.
force.
There we go. Fuck yeah.
Damn. Tell me what you know.
Yeah.
The classic.
I just
Where is
I
he?
have a hold of one of his hands, and I'm like, listen, the time of the apocalypse is soon upon you.
As I
It's
will
best
be.
to make it's best to make your amends now.
There is. Shit. I think I need to refresh the server. Oh, well, I didn't need to do it right this moment. But what I will say is, both get across the cryptic. What he is presuming is a threat, perhaps due to a lack of intellect, and what he's also seeing as the quiet man in the corner of the room is his way out. These guys aren't formal, hardcore, organized, not like some kind of communard holdout. So it's easier to see him bend and say, listen, when we heard about him on the radio and what he was doing, we all got riled up enough. He's gonna come to the town and introduce himself as destroying our history and our heritage. Well, what kind of man doesn't take umbrage with that when he hears it between his fucking tunes?
I see. So what exactly did you plan to do about it?
Well, heard on the radio he was gonna fucking come to town and haul everything that was Revachol back until we're just moral intern island, so we'd we had another advert cross the radio that, you know, if, and only if, you happen to give someone some cheese on the night that poor fucking Gru, poor the fucking worst word for him, had his little upstart with him, then man's fucking dies. Hadn't fuck all to say for it, and Gru couldn't even get him to eat a fucking piece of cheese, so hard telling that, but we were thinking, fuck it. If the moon's cursed the cheese, I'm gonna fucking make him eat it.
The radio said that?
Yeah.
What frequency? What channel?
He gives you a frequency that is probably a pirate radio station that they operate off of, or that somebody in town operates off of. It is not an official radio station, and definitely does not get commercials or health advisories. It also probably does not get news updates about wealthy capitalists.
All right. Why cheese?
Don't fucking know is what it said.
So, you weren't actually able to make him eat the cheese, though.
No.
Hmm. So, with your interaction with Mr. Brandt, also the foundry has gone down.
Yeah, so I'll refresh it when I refresh my drink here after we interrogate.
Yes, after your interaction with Mr. Brandt, trying to make him eat cheese, how exactly did that go?
Well, Gru blew up at him, and, yeah, it was a huge fucking farce, so we ended up leaving, figuring it was all for worse, and if it came to it, we could, I don't know, fucking jump him in the street when he took a wrong turn somewhere, but that never fucking happened, because he died.
Hmm. What's your opinion on drugs?
I mean, it's not a mark of culture. Consumption, that is. Just something you fucking do when you have to, I guess. Or it's your only thing to turn to when you're too rich or too fucking in over your head to do anything else.
Hmm. A curious case of extremes.
Yeah, most things are.
But not a consumer yourself or even a producer, right?
Not necessarily, though some of us don't all agree. Though none of us can compete with the big chains. That being said, we aren't against necessarily supplying the people what need their fix, whatever it is they're asking for.
And so what is it exactly that you do with those baskets?
Sell them.
Sell them.
Yep. Find a spot, somebody wants them, drop them off. Don't ask questions. Pay either comes back there, or we wait for whoever's fucking with us, and we beat them over the head with sticks until they either cough up money or they get the picture.
I see. And why is it that Gru had one with a bear trap close by?
Well, didn't want Gru touching our shit.
That was it?
Yeah, it's fucking money. Gonna waste money on that fuck?
Fair enough. How often did that radio station transmit?
Not very often. Usually back to back. The message about Kraziga and the cheese deaths were literally back to back.
I see. And were you familiar with Gru's drug habits?
Frequent drinker and frequent user. Why?
Do you know where he got his drugs?
Bit everywhere. Sometimes operated through people nearby, wherever he was squatting. Sometimes, did odd jobs. Had a thing for the concessionarium every now and then, but often didn't want to walk that far.
What about any sort of inhalant, cocaine, purple
Nah.
cocaine?
No, never him. He couldn't afford it and wasn't his thing. He's too mellow. Again, don't get that spine. Nothing to send a shock through. So it's a metal out like a puddle.
What about inhaling opium?
Don't think so. It's not a lot of fix for a lot of substance. I'd say he's probably not got the stuff for it. Why? He take a bit of dandy up the nose. Looking to get your
There's a
good.
There's a chemical substrate that was found within his sinuses that may be linked to his death.
Wouldn't peg him for that. Maybe his friends got him on something. Or some of the people he was bumming favors off of.
Hmm. And the radio that you used to tune into this pirate radio broadcast, is it back in your little alcove?
Yeah, it's fine.
Feel like I'm missing something.
There is.
Since you were
Good.
Since you were at the concessionarium, how much did you know about Brant mailing things out of the concessionarium?
Frequently enough. Real short into Grew's failed assassination attempt. They fuddled over one of them letters he was writing. Brant got a little fluffed about that. Especially when Grew took it and, well, started fondling it. That got a rise out of him, but that was about it. There is a thing there. You have all of the pieces, I'm going to say. What is the one thing that all of the letters that Kraziga mailed himself, what is the only unknown discrepancy between them?
Discrepancy.
Yes.
They're all uniform, right?
There is one feature that they don't all share. It is very subtle.
Was it the stamp?
Kind of.
The
What?
fake?
Yes. All of them have a stamp. Only some have the false microfilm or holofilm.
Yes, with the purpose of bypassing the
Indeed.
post office.
Why would you not have the holofilm on some of them?
I'd have the holofilm.
That you need to bypass the post office. Why would you not have it?
Unless you wanted them to go through the post office.
Or...
You never sent them in the first place?
yes.
So why would he not send them? Why would he go through the process of making it and then not send it?
There's another interpretation. Remember, this killed not one, but two people.
And Rule touched the letters, right? He grabbed a hold of them.
Grabbed a hold of at least one of them.
Never sent them because, oh, maybe they were poisoned.
That may possibly explain how it killed 2 people, but not how it killed Gru so much later. Give me an observation. Anybody can.
I would.
Thing back up.
Not yet. I'm gonna refresh it when I either when I get up when we finish this interrogation, or I'll let you know when I pull it back up. But oh shit, I gotta pull it up for a roll. Oh,
I can't
Yeah.
yeah. I'm dumb. Here, give me just 1 second.
I was like, I can go and grab my dice real quick.
Yeah, we're gonna roll them bones. Like,
I got my Bladerunner dice over there. I could.
I mean, I got a D20 somewhere.
Dude, I got my nice like metal dice that are like, I got a couple different ones that are really nice.
Fuck
I
yeah.
got like 3 sets of them that are 3 D20s and then like 3 D12s. Like it's the whole metal set.
Mm-hmm.
Shit's awesome.
That's like good
Never
shit.
played an in-person game of tabletop, but I have them just in case.
Yeah, I have a friend who's inviting me to play tabletop. I might actually join him, like, in person. I've never done it either.
It seems so weird without like the visuals and everything else.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. I mean, I guess you're just using, like, actual minis and shit, but I feel like we're a little bit spoiled by the internet.
Yeah.
It's definitely something, and it's back up now. Sorry about that.
Gotcha. No problemo.
We're also definitely spoiled that I have all of these scripts running in perpetuity.
Oh yeah, that's real nice. Observation, you said, right?
Observation or
Or what?
we'll do observation or force, either or. And both of you can roll, just decide which one you want to roll.
I'll do
Yeah, I'll get the
observation.
force.
Yeah.
Let me just try and reconnect real quick.
I'll push it.
With the doubles. Oh.
Ah, fuck.
But 2 successes. So
Hold on.
I also forgot to say I used my stress item before.
no problem.
Might as well.
Since we have Jaques, I'll have him roll observation just to see what we get. That's a success. With the force, there is a moment where the poison theory touches something else. And you get that sense of ominous dread as you inhale. And then, whether either from the other side of a one-way window or after you regroup later, it's Jaques as the visual calculus sets in. Man is sending letters to himself. Somebody finds out. Somebody... Oh, that was 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I was about to say, push that for me, please. Man is sending letters to himself to embezzle artifacts out of Revachol. Somebody finds out for whatever reason. Sends the murder letter at some point. Either after it's already been attempted or otherwise. Man understands that his target may or may not be a drunkard, may or may not be the technically inclined one. If, and only if, the stamps are poisoned, then if they are what is emitting a gaseous substance that on inhalation at close proximity, they will cause some sort of reaction to initiate death that appears like fentanyl.
Triggered by cheese.
Perhaps triggered by cheese. If you could make that work. If you could find somebody that you know who is talented enough to chemically engineer a substance, a poison, that will react with cheese, bond in such a way to create a solid fentanyl in somebody's body, then, and only then, would you be able to say that this makes any sort of sense. The man in your custody right now definitely doesn't fit that bill, but do you have anybody else who fits all of the bills, who could know about the multiple locations without having been there, who could engineer this poison, who could defenestrate a need to protect Revacholian artifacts to both himself and a gang of thugs?
May I roll a connections?
I would say yes. But go ahead, John.
Also, the only person who could guarantee that he would eat cheese, it's gotta be Cresian.
The only person who could... I'm not going to guarantee, especially because... Nicholas, you did this once before. Who is the one person that was able to pinpoint Gru and...
The fucking guy in the apartment.
Jan Bury?
He's the only dude.
I mean, I know that he's very observant. He has... Does he have the technology to run a pirate radio broadcast like that?
He had a setup that...
He did?
He had the setup. He knew we were in the fucking hallway before we walked up to the room.
He knew two of them were there before they even opened the door.
Yeah. On a nice metal frame door. He had a camera somewhere. It was not obvious. So, yeah, the man's got the setup.
Then... But why?
But why?
But why? The Mesk gang has a motivation, but does he? Or is he just the instrument?
Yeah, he could just be a hired corporate assassin. But there's only one way to find out for sure. Let's pick this bitch up.
Indeed. And I will
Cool
say,
sunglasses on.
since only 3 of you are here, it would be all too easy to send a forlorn and bereft of violence Doland Binga to resolve the situation, but as he might attempt to, Jean Bury is gone, but there is a curious alert over your scanners at approximately the same time as he realizes Jean Bury has vacated. There is currently an altercation between different Mesk gangers and what appears to be corporate security in the Valley of Dogs, a separate RCM jurisdictionless section of the city that has long suffered due to the bombarding of Revachol during the Communard Uprising.
Oh boy. Let's see. Standard equipment. Let's see. I am going to have to use some promotion points here because I'm about to gear up.
For sure. Also, anything that would be legal to use without prior authorization out in this place is legal to use.
Oh, yeah.
Do I need authorization for the assault rifle?
Not anymore.
The rifle you have, not out
Yes.
there, not in the Valley of Dogs.
Okay. Don't know too much about the gear in this. Probably should get armor. Otherwise, gun-wise, I'm good.
Let's see.
For your armor, it's pretty straightforward. I can just add, I'll tell you how many points you'd need to spend.
And I'll also use the, like, the one thing in my, I added the chinion already. I have 2. Instead of the 1, I used the skimmer perk to give myself the 1 chinion for the, campaign.
Very nice.
What do we have that we need chinion on, boys? I have 2.
We could do a flashbang grenade.
Good idea. We need a way in, too. We need a breaching charge or something, more than likely. He's got a big, fat, fucking metal door.
Well, the altercation is Jan is out of his fucking.
Oh yeah, I'm
apartment.
retarded. I'm completely. Yeah, I'm dumb. He's in the Valley of Dogs. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Flashbang. Good.
You know what? I'm gonna pick up a fucking police shield.
There you go.
Smart.
It's standard. Let's see. So standard equipment is instant. It's 1 promotion point, and it is a connections roll.
Push it to the limit.
I can also do it if you need, John.
There we go. Got it. All right. Police shield up.
I will use that chinion to buy a flashbang. What else do we potentially need?
I will say most armor impedes your mobility. It'll be a balancing act between whether you guys think you need armor or mobility.
Realistically, we don't want to, like, actually fight this guy that long. We want to end this quick.
Well, it's corporate security and gangers out there, so
Yeah, you need something. You're right. What's the lightest armor we can get that provides something?
the bracer, I think.
Yeah, the bracer, it's costs 1. It provides 1 armor and only gives you disadvantage on your stealth check.
Might be the way to go. Are we planning to be sneaky here?
With a police shield?
I was about, yeah. All right. Dom, can you put that on my thing?
Yeah.
And is that a chinion point?
Yeah, and make 1 connection roll.
Okay.
It'd be a promotion point.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you're gonna buy it.
I'd allow either.
I'll just use the promotion point since I have so many. Do we need anything else?
Boom, I'll steer Boom's character with you, and you can use armor for him. You could go heavy.
Okay. I will, how many promotion points is that?
I think it's 3 for the heavy armor.
Okay,
For heavy,
I
it's
got
only
that.
2.
Oh, well, then there you go.
Alright. I have 7 more promotion points. I'll do the connection. Oh shit. Fuck.
Oh,
John.
that's rough. I can make it for him.
There we go. Alright. Can we still use my promotion points?
Yeah.
Okay. Does Boom's character need anything else?
No, the armor will carry him for a long way.
Okay. I have a rifle and 3 mags. I highly doubt I'm gonna need all 3, so... I also have that 44. John, give me those 44 rounds just so I have it.
Yep.
How much
You
damage
got
is the
it.
44? Would you mind putting that in my inventory?
I think it is in your inventory. It's
Or
just
do I-
not in place.
Okay.
Yeah. But,
Me with the police shield.
Alright, Boom is decked. Make sure Nicholas. Inventory.
Excuse me.
Oh, you can double tap it in your inventory and it works. God damn it. I didn't
What?
need to remake Boom's weapon. I could have
Feel?
just double clicked it. You just double click the icon.
That is good to know.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I have to make my weapon.
Yeah, if you actually you can even just single click it. Just click the icon and you can public roll and designate out of range, small target. It's if you right click it, it's got all the supplemental information if you need it, like what the crit die is. But I think it's I think it all works. So yes, everybody is kitted. Boom is in armor. We go now to the climax.
All right. The
Valley
dude thought he could fucking play us. I mean, he kind of did. Sorry, God.
No, you're fine. It is a sight, to say the least, on either side of a waterlogged avenue. Both sides are, in effect, squared off, though there is not currently active fire, though presumably someone has shot at somebody already as they are all in cover. And you can see both groups in front of you. It seems as though this has already gone from no contact to ugly, but there is a brief moment between the shouts of moralist pig to extremist ideologue that you could attempt to intercede. Is there anything you would want to do? Any way you would like to pacify the situation? Or let the situation play out? Oh, wait, let me... I did the bad.
Yeah. The corporate security that's being attacked, who are these guys?
They look a fair bit like the individuals that you saw in... Well, if I untick the boxes, you'll see who they look like. There you go. These appear much the same way as the self-described mall cops you'd passed in the corporate lobby. Unaffiliated with any one corporation, but probably employed by multiple.
All right. Tony, I think we go in here and we go fucking. Let's make the announcement. I'll just keep me covered. I'll see what I can do. I'll try and calm it down. Since I've got my police shield, I'm gonna fucking shit. I'm going to take my truncheon that I have. I'm gonna bang the truncheon against the front of the shield.
Hell yeah.
And
Sorry, I was muted. While he does that, I'm going to just try and make myself small and find a position a little ways behind him if I can. Just
Oh yeah, that is very easy here.
Okay. He's taking up a position to cover him like he asked. Sorry to interrupt you, John.
No, you're fine. But yes, you bang the truncheon and
RCM, put your fucking weapons down. Settle down, boys.
your appearance and immediacy, perhaps more than anything, on the scene does forego further violence, but there are perhaps more are less disciplined than you might like shouts from both sides that effectively amount to, "What do you mean stand down? They shot at me, what the fuck?" But you have the floor to potentially steer this as they do not resume fire. At least not yet.
Right now, there's only been a negligent discharge. Nobody's dead yet, which means that it's not gonna be too fucking much of a hassle to get everybody out of here without any problems. But as soon as one of you gets a little too fucking itchy, I'm gonna start cracking skulls and I'm gonna bring the fucking apocalypse to this place. So settle the fuck down. Stow your shit. And we're gonna figure this the fuck out like proper civilized men.
I'll take a manipulation advantage.
I think the police shield gives me disadvantage, so I'll be.
Yeah,
I'll do
I
that
would-
at norm-
I mean, I would argue, well, is it disadvantage on like combat because it's a little bit different. You're talking
manipulation or, because I completely forgot to give you the or. We'll see manipulation or hand to hand.
Ooh, hand to hand's a good one.
There you go.
Though, because I have advantage on manipulation, or if I have an advantage on...
You could have advantage on either in this case, I'll say. So you could have advantage on hand to hand. There's a success. It's not so much your ability to eloquently state something, and it's not necessarily the force of the truncheon and the shield that capitulates people. It's how you can single out with that brief spark in your head when somebody looks like they're about to crack it, and you point the truncheon at them like, "No, I saw that. I'm coming for you for." And in just a few sequences of this, people die down, and guns maybe don't go to the floor, but they get holstered, and people remain in cover and reduce their shouting at each other as you shout over them.
Good. Good. That means that no one's walking away with a murder charge or not walking away at all. So what the fuck is your people's problem, and how the fuck can I help?
Ones on the right repeat a familiar story. Radio let them know that the moral intern was coming in on their ships here to take valuable artifacts and under the guise of a corporate security squad get rid of any traces of Revachol's royal period. Whereas on the other side, they say that's ridiculous, not because it's a ridiculous idea, but because their personal comms in their vehicles went off saying that a group of mess gangs had hijacked the property of Revachol that was rightfully supposed to be administered, if found, by the local government on, supervision of the moral intern. But they came here because they were going to be first on the scene and filing a report with the RCM. Admittedly, perhaps in their own corporate interest, doing things backwards in how they should, but opinions about the RCM being what they are vary group to group.
Then I will ask the corpos, how well do they trust the integrity of their comms?
Sometimes I hear Jenkins when he's taking a piss, one of them says.
I've got a feeling, because the reason that I'm here is because I'm chasing down a fugitive involved in a double homicide who has access to a pirate radio broadcast that you fucking goofballs have followed
Guys on the
erroneously.
Right, yeah, guys on the right says, yeah, that sounds about right.
So, I'm gonna ask, and I want anybody who's got an idea to answer, who here knows who Jamboree is?
Nobody can answer that immediately, but as you go into the descriptions, one or two on each side can point out that they've seen a man like that skulking nearby and heading a certain direction. And if you want, you can give me either an insight or... Well, an insight or... Insight or firearms to determine why this might have occurred. Or you could even just guess.
Tony, what have you got?
I apologize. I was dealing with my fucking cat. Say that again.
Firearms
What have you
roll
got?
or insight roll to determine why this fight might have broken out. But the fight is stopped.
My insight is better. I will roll insight.
What's your firearms?
It's a C.
C in both?
C. Insight is B. Firearms is C.
What about the...
What's your agility?
Oh, it's a C.
You're better at firearms than I am.
Okay, then I will do the firearms.
Fuck.
Push. Well, at least you got it.
Yeah.
What we see is, if they had seen him and he had access to their comms, this would have been a great way to wipe them both off of the map. No
And
witnesses.
cover his tracks.
No Russian.
So, I think it's in all of our interest to go and get the son of a bitch who's really responsible for all this. Because he wanted you guys dead, and he wanted us to not get him. So, where the fuck did you see him?
They'll point general northwest, basically 11 o'clock to what you're seeing now, 11, 10 o'clock. heading down some alleyways to a large dilapidated structure.
All right, then. No one's dead. Who wants to press charges against the other?
You see, like, one or two hands on the left side, but then nobody on the right side as they just kind of shrug and start walking away.
See? Looks like no crime happened here. Fuck off and be ready to give a statement after this guy comes in.
The side on the left, though disappointed, will abide and begin to shove off.
Let's go get this corporate agent.
Yeah, Nicholas will get up and give old Ferdinand a pat on the back. Good job there, bud.
Soon enough, these streets will run red with blood when the apocalypse comes to town.
Well,
And
not
I, as
tonight.
Harold, have decided to forego it.
And I do interrupt your characters. He's in the middle of his like third like fucking monologue. Good job, bud.
Let's go get a rat.
All right, I would let John move first, and then keep the rifle up behind him as we go towards the direction.
Indeed. The building is much like a few other ones in the area, though they are not quite the average. They are more the exception. As you see, many of these are row houses or townhomes or business fronts, but there are, as occasionally seen in the backdrop, very large, rather brutalist style architecture buildings signified as, well, the legacy of the Communard uprising, and some might argue the basis for which the Revacholian Golden Age post-Royal Dynasty happened. In so knowing, approaching this building, the morning, instead of warming up, gets a bit more cold, but you see where a pair of double doors have been forced open and a crowbar laying on the ground. John, is your force a B or above?
My force is not. No, it's.
We do have Boom.
You do. So I want to give this to John. Give me the force.
Hey!
And
Still
you
win.
know for certain and without question, as you feel almost impossibly this cold breeze pass from beyond the double doors but outward to you, you are certain the apocalypse is here.
Oh, I know that. I know it in my bones, because I'm the one bringing it.
You bring the apocalypse, but it is also here. Is there anything else you would like to do before setting into the point of no return?
Yeah. I'll call up the operator and get on the phone. I'll call Phoebe and I'll cry in the phone. I love you so much. I might not make it back.
Indeed, it's a very heartfelt moment, and there is a pause as no doubt this incredible sensation washes over both of you, and just the sheer shock of it results in the response of, "I'm sorry, whose number is this?"
It's all good. They all forget in the end.
It's just the force of the apocalypse.
Like a
And
warm summer breeze, the apocalypse rolls over the world. There and gone again.
indeed. And only hence do we move into the building. Do you see?
Flashbang this.
Frozen. The entire room rips with a very chill wind as if from out of nowhere. And bits of antique and modern machinery are frozen with their diodes in place, and Jean among them, though still conscious, partially frozen against one of the walls, as it seems as though a barrel had exploded from pressure and then flash frozen. His hand inches away from at least one of them. His eyes leech over to you, but there's not much he can say, as part of the frost covers his mouth, but he is very much still there and conscious. And allow me to set our scene.
I quick draw my pistol and shoot him in the face.
Can I? Is there really not a long version?
Wow.
What's up?
Can you check Jan's HP?
Let me.
Did that did that work?
From what I can see, it doesn't look like it. But I could reduce it if I so wanted to, but
Let me try again.
I'll play this. Maybe. Yeah, this will be good. Okay. Still did not, but
Oh well.
the wind
tried.
the wind itself seeming to just cycle around this building and sap any immediate warmth away that isn't contained by your clothing. The wind chill, as it says, has to be easily below 0 Celsius, which is comparable to 0 Fahrenheit. It is beyond cold for what it is outside. So whatever has happened here has no doubt been part of some apocalyptic ploy, though there is only one question now. What is there to do about it? Or do you just grab your man and head home?
Well, shit, do we know where the cold is coming from?
It feels like it has to be somewhere in the building, but it's hard to determine where. Jean seems to regard you, but he can't say anything just yet.
All right. Well, I think that'll be our priority then, Tony. Unless you got something else, I'm gonna go and get John out of here.
No, I don't necessarily do. We should. Are we gonna look for the? Did Dom say if we had the location of the, ice? Sorry.
We
It's
don't
in
know
the
where it's
building
coming
somewhere.
Can I roll a observation or an insight?
from. You would need something to confer advantage to
Okay.
have a chance to succeed right now, but may be able to. But to free Sean, it'll be either a medical or hand to hand. Or actually, no, for you it'd be hand to hand or force. You could use medical, but I don't think you want to.
Both or all three are shit for me.
Yeah. But we have a Fernand.
Yep.
I'm gonna go up to Jean, and I'm gonna try and break him out.
Indeed.
I'll use lethal applications of my my police truncheon to get him out of this ice.
Sure. Use advantage with the truncheon.
Force or hand to hand?
I'll take either.
They're the same.
I mean,
if you're gonna use the weapon, might as well use hand to hand because it's probably already built that way. Excellent. I think you already have the crit in the above message. You could just tap on it twice, or you can roll 1d10 if it doesn't work.
Yeah, I didn't even use the weapon itself.
That's
I'll
okay.
make sure of that.
I figured. It's not really like a thing. I just wanted to see what we do to the ice, TM.
It's not pulling the crits. Why is it not doing that?
Yeah, it's like there's a space for the drop down, but it doesn't populate.
Yeah.
Which... well. It's not, I wanted to see. We don't need to worry about it. It actually doesn't do anything except, those would be places on Jean that particularly hurt after being freed, but he doesn't actually get the crit. It's just, it hurts because...
Hold on, let me see. Because I got 2, I get to draw 2. Ugh.
Yep.
And it's crushing.
Two and 8.
2 and 8. 2 is broken nose. 8 is broken arm.
How fitting. You smash the ice on one arm, holding him to the wall, and you smash the part of his face that's covered in ice. He is fine, but it hurts. He might have a bloody nose, but he is not as fucked up as he would be otherwise, as you pull him away, and I'm assuming stuff him in handcuffs before he can do anything.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's hard to breathe on your own blood, kind of like it was hard for them to breathe on that inhaled poison, right, pal?
Probably an amicable interaction if he was going to have one, though he's going to gesture to the machines and say, they're siphoning in cold and who knows what else from
the pill.
Technically, still the Inlindian is Sola, but yes, in practice, that is what's happening. We have to turn off the machines.
Oh, I could do that.
He is very grateful that he is in the hands of such skilled technicians.
Okay.
Yes.
Where is the machine?
There is one here. I don't seem to be able to ping, but stream cam, yeah.
Gotcha.
There's one there, one in the middle, one on the left.
I walk up to the machine. Is there any obvious way to disable it?
No, there are dials, there are diodes, there is a very large keyboard, but there is also a humming display that is not an LCD, but a big, wide tube screen.
I apply truncheon.
How about gun? How about
Yes.
the gun?
Yes, we can.
I look at the rifle. I look at the engine or the machine, and I just raise the rifle and I squeeze the trigger on it.
Sure. Hand-to-hand or force for Fernand, and rifle for our friend Nick. Oh no, you have shot, but it didn't go down yet. Now you get to shoot again. That one did it. Who wants to get the last machine?
I will turn and blast it.
And you do. And each time you do, there is another almost wail of, wait, no, that's not what I meant. No, don't do that.
I'm turning them off.
As you do, and it does, at your mayhaps barbarous indication, with the death of the last machine, the cold wind stops. And you're all just left standing there as Jean is just stupefied that, one, that worked, and three, that the machines in this place that he's probably put no small amount of work into is all gone in the matter of probably about 11 seconds.
I look at him. Crime doesn't pay.
I would look at the machines and be like, fuck, those are probably expensive.
You can still probably extract the copper wire out of them.
Indeed.
I would turn back to the guy and just be like, you're going to jail.
You're totally going to jail. What the fuck were you thinking, actually, like, in your head?
He's standing there, still a little bit stupefied, but he looks back between all of you and will simply ask, would you rather have an answer, or have you, in unraveling all of this, is it almost a better story not knowing?
What? I gotta put something in the report, you fucking jerk off. What do you mean?
Always the way of the moral turn. I understand. Thank you, members of the RCM. I was protecting Revacholian history not for a sense of patriotism to a crypto-monarchic idea gone by. No, I was protecting Revacholian history because it may yet have so much to tell us. There are hints everywhere that some civilization supposedly gone by the time of Dolores Day traveled the Pale without the need of our contraptions, and that every bit of that history is built upon what they built here. Everything from the rumors of an admittedly near impossible cryptid to the heights of the Revacholian royal monarchy. That Kraziga built his empire on aerostatics and was destroying perhaps our next and only greatest revolution in intersolary travel was too much to bear.
Really? You assassinated the head of an aristocratic corporation for a supposed not yet proven possible means of travel?
Not unproven. It is, for all intents and purposes, proven, just not how. And with the visual calculus roll, it can be laid out. Krasiga Brandt begins to embezzle money from his corporation to fund the embezzlement of artifacts off of Revachol associated with the monarchy and probably other key bits of Revacholian history, hence since the Communard uprising, not well documented. For Krasiga's...
So that aristocratic corporations could be the only one remaining, and
well, that and just the fact of it was profitable. The fact that history was being besmirched was something that Jean, a budding, well, less budding, a genius technician such as himself, found irreprehensible for the progress of his field, also aerostatics, could not abide, did everything he could to throw Krasiga off the trail, but did not take it seriously, at which point he engineered the poison, put it on a few of the self-sent letters, and then only after that made sure, or perhaps attempted to make sure, that Krasiga would come into contact with the trigger, which he will admit, as much as perhaps was speculated by the messganger, was cheese, a chemical that would effectively bond and cause a chemical reaction in Krasiga's body when exposed to both the surface of his digestive tract and cheese to produce a small but still highly lethal dose of fentanyl in his system, among other chemicals, and only then becoming inert after a few days of being on said affected stamps. The use of the mesquite gangers was necessary to get someone close enough, but it was a failed attempt, and ultimately the one that brought him in his mind. As far as he is concerned, he never saw Krasiga eat the cheese in the Elysium confectionarium or whatever.
yes.
So he does not know who was able to strike that killing blow, but boy does he not thank him. To which I will give the freebie to our friend Jaques with that roll for putting everything together with his visual calculus. There was a piece of cheese on the top floor of Krasiga's loft that he probably ate of his own volition before bed.
He was just hungry.
He was just hungry.
Poor dude.
A nefarious attempt that only at the very last moment prevailed. But no doubt there would have been more, that he could protect what he sees as the necessary need to expand through the pale as it always grows, and mankind is limited to its isolas, its isolation, and paltry aerostatic companies as wealthy as they get through moral intern corpo-capitalist trade will see everybody inevitably driven extinct by the own pressures of their isolas.
Okay, that all makes complete and total sense in the mind of someone who is completely out of their fucking mind.
That it may.
I mean,
But-
listen, you know that, like, embezzlement is a crime, right? You could have just reported the fact that you knew to the RCM and we would have arrested him for, like, fraud and theft.
You probably would have fined him for fraud. Theft, if it was somebody's property, Since it's not necessarily somebody's property, you would have probably reported it to the moral intern as something important to Revachol, and then find him again. Prisons in Revachol are only for, again, the most serious of crimes, which this man has committed now twice. And you also now know why, unfortunately, your poor suspect, the one, the only Gru Faugret, passed away was because he, unfortunately, ate cheese during the window when he was fed. Just because he was hungry.
Fed cheese.
Look.
But you couldn't have known that.
Yeah,
Poison
that's
killed him.
rough, buddy.
I mean, that's still murder. That's still
Yes.
double murder.
Yes, it is, absolutely. And
I mean, like, literally all of this would have been an incredible news story that would have been far better for your cause than me coming in and breaking all of your machines and then arresting you to spend the rest of your life in jail.
he keeps his head firm and says, but the history of Revachol is still intact, not strapped behind a capitalist's study door, and there is no further risk that he will be the ones to destroy it.
That's true.
Indeed.
We'll have to give you that one.
So
But
perhaps,
the apocalypse comes from us all,
indeed,
and you can't stop the pail.
no, but perhaps he would try, and try as he might, and though adequately described as unhinged, his plan foiled. Though,
Yeah.
the mention of a spot on the Insulindian with a connection to the Pale is interesting and has been rumored about in times before. Surely there is no one to confer or even really give that a single thought. But you have your man in custody. Is there anything else you would do?
Is there anything else?
I will say
All the machines are broken.
Yep, you have accomplished everything mechanically. This is more just to assuage any questions or to state your intent. But this is the final question before the last kickoff, which is just the exposition of case solved.
Well, Lieutenant, what do we name the case? Cheese to meet you.
Jesus Christ. I was thinking of something with ice, but
Cheese on ice. Iced fentanyl.
Match made in heaven.
Double fentanyl, no ice.
the unlucky cheese.
Mousetrap.
Mousetrap.
That's it.
The mouse.
The only reason he died was cheese.
Granddad, you cannot topple the white supremacist power structure with cheese. Oh, yes, I can. But at that mention, there is a familiar sound of both an RCM air horn and the sound of an equestrian trooper outside, which can only mean one person.
Oh, God.
Price,
Let's get him out.
accompanied by another detachment of detectives who, seeing that the other case was stood down and nobody died, has proceeded to come to offer you reinforcements, but seeing that yet another man has been detained, it seems as though their job was done by just one detective group, and Price, who heralds in the other group of detectives, claps his hands from atop the horse, and you get the rarity. Well, good job, detectives. Our car is outside. We will make sure this one is apprehended. I will want to get an immediate note of the events. Please, if you would, hand over this man to your sibling detective squad.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
I use the truncheon just like across his back to not like fucking whipping him, but just bracing it across his shoulders and pushing him forward.
Yeah. And as you do, you get to guide him over to the detectives who will be relieving you as you transfer the fully completed case mousetrap.
Oh, what the fuck? Holy shit. Harrier Dubois.
Indeed, W. Freighter. They will take the man into custody, and Lieutenant Price will say, the rest of the day, while you're finished filling out paperwork, we will have discussions about a few changes in the RCM, our precinct, and others moving forward, and I would like to have all 6 of you close at hand for some of these. I've added you to a list. Come with me.
Excellent. We have to be ready for the apocalypse.
Indeed, but perhaps alongside Captain Price, you will be, as in the end, you have solved the case. Mousetrap.
The Return.
Indeed.
Oh god, Mousetrap is a fucking perfect case title too.
Indeed.
I'm proud of that one.
That's all she wrote. You guys.
Let's just go Bladeysium.
Yep. You got almost everything. It was a good time. Wasn't hand-holded and was, I hope, a good reimagining of the Blade Runner system used in another world where detectiving is important, and a story that captures the similar twists and turns and what the fuckisms of Disco Elysium.
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
It was perfect.
I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Yeah. Why did the fucking Phasmid need to be where it was in the original story? Fuck if I know, but why the
total what the fuck moment at the end.
Yeah, exactly. So we had to replicate that. It's non-negotiable. A perpetrator who did not appear to be anybody originally involved with the situation, but for whom you might have had a little more hinted at than in the original game, I'd like to think.
Yeah, I mean the fucking the real culprit and Disco Elysium are completely out of left field. No way you could have ever known it.
Indeed, for all of your suspecting, there is still perhaps, at least in this one, you can harbor suspicion. It's not quite so the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, I mean, everything went together. Dude, the dual compound, I had it in my head. I mean, the slow release, it just didn't fit perfectly because a slow release would still descend into the stomach before it began its process, and it would have killed him too quick. He would have had to have eaten it, but the dual compound precipitating fentanyl, that's fucking cheese. Holy shit.
Yeah.
How did we
For
not
real, man.
notice the cheese between the two scenes?
There's
Well,
cheese in almost all of the scenes if you look hard enough. It was
Yeah.
The pizza.
I didn't even think
the
about it,
fucking
man.
Pizza.
Yeah.
There's the pizza. There were cheese wheels in the area where the gang had arrived. Like, behind the secret door, there were the 2 cheese wheels. There's cheese throughout Kraziga's manor. There is cheese in... those are the 2 big ones. There's cheese in, obviously, Gru's place, and that's what kills him. If you give it to him, he dies. If you don't, he stays alive. But it's almost like which is worse? Do you kill him, and that's a precipitating piece of the case, or do you keep him alive and he can potentially corroborate things?
Mm-hmm.
I've got.
It was diagnostically relevant to kill a homeless man.
I'm sure Donald feels that way very deeply. But yeah,
I could kill him.
He could. He would. He has killed people like that. He said, people with their neck bent like that, they're fine till I'm done with them. No, but that's it. We've got this whole VOD, and if you're really interested, I can send you the notes. There is one thing you did not get, and I could spell it out for you here, or you could read it depending on your interest.
Spell it out.
There were collectible items in each of the major 3D investigations that if you had found, one, they're completely out of left field, but they would have hinted more at the ancient Neolithic Insulindian civilization pre-Dolores Day. And if you had all 3, you wouldn't have needed to operate the machines. You would have just, through their presence and the pail, it would have auto-resolved.
Damn.
But
It do be like that.
I deliberately made those hard to find. You almost found one of them, and I think you could see one of them. But Khan, I think, who is... No, this was you, Tony, and Boom. Or just Tony and Boom, rather. You may have seen it, you may have not. I'd have to see the VOD for the first video, which I haven't put out there. But you were either, like, an inch away, or you could see it, but you didn't realize you were seeing something.
That feel.
Yeah, one of them is literally right next to where the digging behind Gru's little dirt patch in the back was, where he was digging around a rock. I.e., he dug something up, didn't realize what it was, didn't really care, threw it to the side, and it's literally right next to the hole. But it's a very little thing. That one's kind of... It's there enough, like, it's not fucking Dark Souls 1 hidden, but you might look where it is and not exactly notice that you're seeing something other than a rock. The other
Fair.
2 are... One is actually pretty easy, but you have to kind of take note of what you're looking at. It's actually the fancy alcohol dispenser in the concessionarium. And the last one is probably the hardest. It's in Kraziga's diplomatic estate, but you actually have to, like, go through the canal to find it.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that's the only thing you guys really missed. And if you're interested, you've got all the notes. But
Oh yeah, I will probably look at them, but that is rad. I'm glad we didn't end up missing much.
there was a third hat you could find, but it's not.
I was balling with those sunglasses.
Yeah, the what do you call it? The hat I got, John ended up giving connections, and since we were the only 2 up, it really didn't help anymore.
Yeah.
It was the top hat and Kraziga's diplomatic estate, but yeah, that's everything. I'll still be chilling, but I know it's late for at least you, John. If you want to scooty, I will understand.
Yeah, I'll dip out of here. But I'll talk to you boys later.
Later. You wanna hop over?
Yeah,
to
I'll
the-
slide